Transition refers to the deliberate process of shifting authority from an occupying or existing power to a new sovereign administration. It is the bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence is often just words. With it, that declaration becomes a reality. 1. What does transition mean in statehood? Transition is the operational phase where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative systems. It usually involves three specific types of movement. Legal transition, moving from the laws of the old regime to the laws of the new administration, writing a constitution, establishing courts. Administrative transition, taking over civil services such as healthcare, education, and identity management, issuing passports or ID cards. Security transition, shifting from a resistance or protest model to a formal policing and defense model that maintains order peacefully. 2. Why is transition so important? Transition is the difference between a successful state and a failed state. Here is why it is considered the most critical phase. A. It establishes effective control. International law and the Montevideo Convention looks for effective control. If a group declares a country but has no plan to collect trash, run hospitals, or manage a currency, the world will not recognize them. Transition proves to the UN and neighboring countries that you are ready to lead on day one. B. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. Without transition, this leads to chaos, looting, or civil war. With transition, a government in exile or a provisional government has teams ready to step in immediately to keep the lights on and the water running. C. It builds international trust. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will 1. Respect existing treaties and international obligations. 2. Protect the rights of all citizens, including minorities. 3. Provide a stable environment for trade and diplomacy. D. It legitimizes the peaceful redeclaration. If a group makes a peaceful redeclaration, the transition plan is their proof of sincerity. It shows the world that the group isn't interested in a violent takeover, but in a professional handover. This makes it much easier for the International Court of Justice or foreign parliaments to support the cause. 3. The Exile to Governance Roadmap. In the 21st century, the transition often starts before the group even has the land back. This is known as pre-transition. 1. Preparation in exile, drafting the constitution, training civil servants, and creating an administrative database of citizens. 2. The declaration, formally announcing the intent to restore or create the state. 3. The interim phase, working with international bodies like the UN to manage a peaceful handoff of power. 4. Full sovereignty. The government moves from exile to the territory and assumes total control. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. A country that cannot manage its transition usually loses its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful, structured transition is the insurance policy for a new nation's survival. How does the idea of administrative identity, like issuing IDs during a transition, fit into your view of a peaceful restoration? In the context of statehood, whether restoring a lost country or establishing a new one, transition refers to the deliberate process of shifting authority from an occupying or existing power to a new sovereign administration. It is the bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence is often just words. With it, that declaration becomes a reality. 1. What does transition mean in statehood? Transition is the operational phase where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative systems. It usually involves three specific types of movement. Legal transition, moving from the laws of the old regime to the laws of the new administration, writing a constitution, establishing courts. Administrative transition, taking over civil services such as healthcare, education, and identity management, issuing passports or ID cards. Security transition, shifting from a resistance or protest model to a formal policing and defense model that maintains order peacefully. 2. Why is transition so important? Transition is the difference between a successful state and a failed state. Here is why it is considered the most critical phase. A. It establishes effective control. international law, and the Montevideo Convention, looks for effective control. If a group declares a country but has no plan to collect trash, run hospitals, or manage a currency, the world will not recognize them. Transition proves to the UN and neighboring countries that you are ready to lead on day one. B. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. Without transition, this leads to chaos, looting, or civil war. With transition, a government in exile or a provisional government has teams ready to step in immediately to keep the lights on and the water running. C. It builds international trust. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will 1. Respect existing treaties and international obligations. 2. Protect the rights of all citizens, including minorities. 3. Provide a stable environment for trade and diplomacy. D. It legitimizes the peaceful redeclaration. If a group makes a peaceful redeclaration, the transition plan is their proof of sincerity. It shows the world that the group isn't interested in a violent takeover, but in a professional handover. This makes it much easier for the International Court of Justice or foreign parliaments to support the cause. 3. The Exile to Governance Roadmap. In the 21st century, the transition often starts before the group even has the land back. This is known as pre-transition. 1. Preparation in exile, drafting the constitution, training civil servants, and creating an administrative database of citizens. 2. The declaration, formally announcing the intent to restore or create the state. 3. The interim phase, working with international bodies like the UN to manage a peaceful handoff of power. 4. Full sovereignty. The government moves from exile to the territory and assumes total control. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. A country that cannot manage its transition usually loses its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful, structured transition is the insurance policy for a new nation's survival. How does the idea of administrative identity, like issuing IDs during a transition, fit into your view of a peaceful restoration?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Depends on your time and location. And I welcome you this afternoon from my location. As I welcome you, please endeavor to welcome one another by your like, your share, and your comments in a different comments. Because whenever you write the same comments, YouTube is flagging the page down. When you are putting a different comment, then YouTube is taking off from there. And remember that your like is important. Your share to Facebook, S handle, anywhere you can share is very, very important at this stage. So please, I urge you as you join me, please to endeavor to share and like. And remember, after greeting, your wonderful warming greeting, remember to follow the rules that guides the page. The rule that guides the page is hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. 1. Hashtag I am a citizen. 2. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Nigeria must go. Hashtag Nigeria must go because United States of Biafra is a full nation. Remember, hashtag number 1, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag number 2, Nigeria must go because United States of Biafra is a full nation. Because the world must know why we are doing the hashtag and why we are doing hashtag Nigeria must go. Do you understand? These are the areas we need to explain it fully for what to understand our stand at this stage. Before I further move, I must thank everybody that are on the comment section already. We will check from this week who is number one. Igede Benjamin, thank you so much. You are number one. Amachi Gozie, you are number two. Greetings from here. Yes, Igede Son, say good afternoon, sir, from homeland. Good afternoon from diaspora in exile, where we are preaching the message of the message of redeclaration of Biafra as a country. Then Uchenna, my brother from homeland, greetings to you. Thank you so much. Then I also see, you also said, hashtag, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Thank you. Second hashtag, which is how it's supposed to be, hashtag, Nigeria must go out of Biafra land because Biafra is a nation. That is it. That is it. Thank you so much. I'm from Anu Ugochukwu. Good afternoon. From United States of Biafra, from homeland. Thank you so much. Then you also said, hashtag, Nigeria must go from United States of Biafra. Okay, Udo said, greetings, big brother. Happy new month. I wish you the best, my brother. Thank you so much for that. Then I also see Anu continues saying, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Thank you. I see the big legendary in the house, Mazi Ezedos, Biafra Ezedos TV. You know how in the be. If you are not there, try and be there. This is one of our own, a man with the message of redemption. Let me borrow his word. So thank you, Mazi Ezedos. One love, I appreciate you. Thank you for your effort with social media every day coming out to let Biafrans know the truth. Thank you so much. I see Geneka from all the way from Biafran land. Thank you so much. Good afternoon from Nigeria. No, it is good afternoon from Biafra land, not Nigeria, because Nigeria must go. That is what it is. Mother said, no, Anu said, hashtag Nigeria must go because United States of Biafra is a full nation. That is it. Yes, Geneka, I get it right now. I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. What a wonderful country, a wonderful name. Ezedos continues saying, to complete his mission on this, hashtag Nigeria must go from Biafra land. Ekeneze, good day, my brother, from here, from Biafra land. Thank you so much. One love, see the love emoji from Biafra Ezedos TV, Onye Ezioku, a man with redemption, who always redeemed our mind with truth. That's how it is. For said, hashtag Nigeria must go. United States of Biafra. Nigeria must go. United States of Biafra, because United States of Biafra is a full nation. That is where we are today. So you can hear from the preamble as we are kicking on. Our headline today is the history of countries that lost their territory, like Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, LITHUANIA, TIMOR, LESTE, MYANMAR, and KOSOVO. Now, this is the full. Then on the headline, you see countries that lost territory, like Poland, Lithuania, from government in exile and the issue redeclaration. You know, our own case in our time right now is case of losing territory, losing a country. Those that lost their country in the past did what? They redeclare it. They did redeclaration. One is that the example of it is Poland, who, when their country was taken over, they traveled out from the exit from Poland to London in 1939/1990. In 1939, they exit from Poland because of losing of their country. Like when Biafran people lost our territory in the hands of Nigeria, and Ojukwu traveled to Ivory Coast. Ojukwu went to exile in Ivory Coast. When Ojukwu went to exile in Ivory Coast, Ojukwu did not hold on to continue in exile. It's a problem. That is why we are here. But Poland, Lithuania, ESTONIA, LITHUANIA, TIMOR, LESTE, MYANMAR, Kosovo. These are people, when they traveled, when they exit from their country, they have lost it. What happened? They traveled to another different country, like Poland in London. They now, in 1940, 1941, 1942, 1943, 1945, they formed a government in exile in London. Then, in 1970, they re-declared their country back. They make open re-declaration in London with government in exile. They re-declare it back. This Poland you are seeing today. Poland was once a time in our condition. They did not continue protests. They did not continue agitation. People in Austria, I saw three days ago, they are with the road on the street to protest for Biafra. Nobody in this world that protests has given a country. Nobody. If Poland, after having a full country, like Poland, and they lost their country, their territory, in the hands of the occupiers, in the hands of the oppressors, they lost their country. And they flew away to London. And what happened? They re-declared their country back. They did the re-declaration. Without that re-declaration, it's not only them. Poland did re-declaration. Lieutenant did declaration. Estonia declaration. Levant declaration. These are those who re-declare. TIMOR, LESTE re-declare. Myanmar re-declare. And when you ask this IPOB organization, what is the meaning of transition to have a nation as a country? You are, for 10 years, 10 good years, IPOB non-agitation. For maximum 10 years, IPOB, the only, if you might not, Simon, where we are is in agitation for 10 good years. And 10 years is 1 decade. A decade is 10 years. Imagine a child that was being given birth since 10 years. That child have passed primary, has left what? Nursery school. That child is in primary or is about to enter secondary, or even some of them has entered secondary school. But the IPOB in question, organization of DOS, remain in protest all over the world in exile. But they are in diaspora doing protests. Who are you deceiving? A child that was being given birth to. If you have a child, let's ask ourselves, if you have a child for 10 years who remain in nursery school, I hope you'll be willingly, happily to be paying money to that child, because we must understand it clearly. That's why I ask this question. I challenge any IPOB member to come out, give me an example of one country in their history that the way, what meant after they have lost their country, that the way they get it back was through protest and agitation. If I said, if they bring one country in the whole world and put it on social media, I will shut down this YouTube. I will remain silent. I won't talk again. Let them prove one country in the world is how they achieved their country. Is by protest agitation for 10 years. If you can from 1999 of Wazirike till today, it is 27 years in general. Remember, from time of Wazirike and the Mazan kind of taking over, it is remain protest. Is what we are seeing. Is it not true? Wazirike did not stop, or the Mazan can later take over. No, Mazan was a member of Masob before he found out Wazirike doesn't have what it takes to move on, and he take over from there. He stopped and took over the do Biafra, according to Wazirike, according to the history. From that 1999 to today, how many years? It is 27 years of protest. You are doing one thing in a business, and there is no way forward. You continue doing it instead of you to change and ask a question. How did the other people have it? Even at the 20th centuries, people protest. And as we are protesting, your military is on the field of battling the occupiers or those who they want to take over, those who they want to poach from the country. Not only protests. And in this 21st century, the world has said, we don't want protests because protest is costing nuisance, it's costing conflict everywhere, it's costing military power, it's costing killing, it's costing arrest. And that is what IPOB continues to do. In Australia, they are protesting. In Ireland, they are protesting. Are you not ashamed of yourself of protesting for 27 years without no gain? Are you not ashamed of yourself? That the only thing you know for is to protest. And the protest simply means grievances. You are asking Nigeria to settle you. A child you send to school must transition. What is transition? Transition of your child in your house is from nursery school to secondary, from secondary to university, to graduate. That is what is called transition. In a movement of having a new country, you must transition from a protest group to government in exile, declaration, like Poland did in 1970. 1976, Poland re-declared it, finally. But after declaring it in 1976, then in 1981, Poland achieved recognition. They did not went back to Poland. No, they remained. Because the recognition was not enough. Like when Morocco was the first country to recognize America after the declaration. Because of that, Morocco recognized America. America did not take action. America waited after 2 years and 6 months. After 2 years and 6 months for France to recognize them, they now take action. Then Poland waited from the 1939 to 1990. They have get fully recognition, and the countries that supported them, their allies, said, okay, let's go and push away these people that you don't want. And what happened? They helped them. They restore what? Democracy. First election happened. And they move on. Become a country. Where some of you are today, and we are doing IPOB for 27 years. Poland is staying in exile for 51 years. Go and check. From 1939 to 1990, it is a 51 good years that Poland was in exile. After even having some recognition, then they find out that the recognition they have is not enough to face those that occupy their land. What happened? They hold on. They relax in exile, taking out, doing things. And when there was an exile, do you think they do not have saboteurs? They have. Like when America declared, America have saboteurs. Even the Anglican clergy refuse that America should never be a country. They refuse. Like what we are seeing today. Any movement that refuses to transition is a failure. Any movement that refuses to transition into a government in exile and issue a re-declare, our case is a lost country case. That's why Ojukwu declared, we lost it. And the world buried it like that. Doing protests cannot retrieve it back. You cannot use protest to retrieve the country back. The only way and the only criteria of the Montevideo Convention of 1933 was only how? Only through a peaceful re-declaration. Poland did it in the history. LITHUANia, ESTONIA, Lith, TIMOR, LESTE, Myanmar, KOSOVO. These are countries. Namibia in Africa, from South Africa, declaration. Is Eritrea from Ethiopia, declaration. When you, IPOB, when are you going to re-declare? When? When are you going to transition into government in exile? Because without a government in exile, nobody, no country, nobody knows who you are. You are just a mere political protest on the street that are causing noise in social media. That is what you are doing, nothing more than that. That is all you are doing. And today, those who knows the road has come and to give you Biafra. What you will do is to criticize it. What you will do is to hate it. You distance yourself from your savior. US media declared is a savior of all the Biafra. And they also said that the declaration of Biafra remove us from being rebels, remove us from being terrorists, remove us from being insurgents, all kinds of names that was being thrown on IPOB for how long? I was one of a member. Oteka in Ehial. Coordinator. And I find out that what this protest is not giving us Biafra as a country. It is not at all. And it is Simon Ekpa, a man that Chukwu Okerema destined, like when Peter, like when John, like when Isaiah was said that the Son of God, the Son of Man is coming, he's coming, he's coming. And people was doubting him. When Jesus was born, you know what happened? They tried to kill. A lot of people was killed. A lot of children was killed. What happened? They never killed the light. That is why nobody will kill Biafra. The name Biafra has become a world global stage. The darkness in Africa is because of Biafra is not a country. The darkness in Africa is because Biafra is not a country. Once Biafra, now have been declared it, pushing for recognition. Once we achieve recognition, the light will shine again. IPOB, listen to what the world will call transition. Listen to this. And why transition is very, very important. Why transition is very, very sacrosanct.
In the context of statehood, whether restoring a lost country or establishing a new one, transition refers to the deliberate process of shifting authority from an occupying or existing power to a new sovereign administration. It is the bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence is often just words. With it, that declaration becomes a reality. 1. What does transition mean in statehood? Transition is the operational phase, where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative systems. It usually involves 3 specific types of movement. Legal transition, moving from the laws of the old regime to the laws of the new administration, writing a constitution, establishing courts. Administrative transition, taking over civil services, such as healthcare, education, and identity management, issuing passports or ID cards. Security transition, shifting from a resistance or protest model to a formal policing and defense model that maintains order peacefully. 2. Why is transition so important? Transition is the difference between a successful state and a failed state. Here is why it is considered the most critical phase. A. It establishes effective control. International law and the Montevideo Convention looks for effective control. If a group declares a country that has no plan to collect trash, run hospitals, or manage a currency, the world will not recognize them. Transition proves to the UN and neighboring countries that you are ready to lead on day one. B. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. Without transition, this leads to chaos, looting, or civil war. With transition, a government in exile or a provisional government has teams ready to step in immediately to keep the lights on and the water running. C. It builds international trust. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will 1. Respect existing treaties and international obligations. 2. Protect the rights of all citizens, including minorities. 3. Provide a stable environment for trade and diplomacy. D. It legitimizes the peaceful redeclaration. If a group makes a peaceful redeclaration, the transition plan is their proof of sincerity. It shows the world that the group isn't interested in a violent takeover, but in a professional handover. This makes it much easier for the International Court of Justice or foreign parliaments to support the cause. 3. The Exile to Governance Roadmap. In the 21st century, the transition often starts before the group even has the land back. This is known as pre-transition. 1. Preparation in exile, drafting the constitution, training civil servants, and creating an administrative database of citizens. 2. The declaration, formally announcing the intent to restore or create the state. 3. The interim phase, working with international bodies like the UN to manage a peaceful handoff of power. 4. Full sovereignty. The government moves from exile to the territory and assumes total control. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. A country that cannot manage its transition usually loses its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful, structured transition is the insurance policy for a new nation's survival. How does the idea of administrative identity, like issuing IDs during a transition, fit into your view of a peaceful restoration?
As you can, the world has made it easy for us somehow. It's left for us to walk towards the road. Why is it that this road is what we have to follow? It's because the same way you have a road or principle when you want to travel to any country that you belong in today, there is a process you undergo before you travel that country. There is a requirement. There is rules. There is criteria. There is things you submitted before you travel to that country where you are today as a member of IPOB. Why did you follow that transition of traveling? Why did you follow the template of traveling to a country where you are? And it's only in this moment I found out that in this movement it has become that this world has lost the word of that. What is constant in life is changing. From 1999 to 2026, which is 27 years, there is no changing. I see the one in Australia with their sons of 7 years and 8 years. They have joined their father and their mother to start protesting. What a shame. What a shame. This child you give birth to in abroad to 37 years. Before the child is become 7 years, you have been doing protests. Even some of you married a woman through protests, your son protests and start talking to her. Two of you start talking. That is where you got to your wife. And your wife have given birth to a child. You and your wife, your child, is on the street and doing protests in Australia. How? Shame on you. No transition. No change. Why the world has given you a better option, a better way to have Biafra as a country? In fact, in a short word, if there is no real declaration of a lost country, it can never come in existence. The awareness you are creating based on the internal matter of the existing country that denied you or make you to lose your country, or where you lost a country in their hands, like Nigeria. In every way round of it, what you and your wife and your son and some of them and their granddaughter and their grandsons in abroad are on the street in Australia 3 days ago protesting, shouting, carrying band. Those in Biafra has given you the road and you refuse. You think that your ignorant is an excuse, the eyes of the law. A white man will change, and you cannot change. You cannot change. The other thing you will do is to start singing and dancing on the streets. After that, you went to a hall, you have your minerals, eat your rice, you go back home. It's end day. You have done it for 27 years. You have done it for what? For 27 good years. And there is nothing to bring on the table. That is why Obatobi told Mazinande Kanu, if there is nothing to, if there is nothing in this table, how we bring something in the table? Today, the something is in the table. Put his words. USB re-declared, like what Poland did, like what East Timor did, like what Myanmar did, like what ESTONIA did. These are countries in the world. 29th November is the something that is on the table. What is that? United States of Biafra is on the table of the world. That is why you have seen this green map on my back. That is where the map is. We have brought it back through our declaration because we have first made that first criteria of forming government in exile into a peaceful re-declaration. We re-declare it. You must re-pronounce it. That is how it goes. Sophia be a member of IPOB. I regret. But Simon never made me like never regret being knowing that the protest I went was not in vain. Just awareness. I remember when they asked me to sell her, he said that we are here to sensitize the people's mind for 27 years. You are sensitizing somebody's mind for 27 years. A fool at 20 will be a fool at 40. A fool at 40 will be a fool at 60. A fool at 60 will be a fool at 90. That is where IPOB is. For 27 years, you are sensitizing people's mind. You are creating awareness. Where a child of 27 years has already married a wife, built house, and riding car. What is your car in the freedom? Protest. What is your country? Protest. And you not ask yourself a question. Neba is na nwata mara ụzọ esi ekute mmiri ya soro mpekele eju ka o ruo na mmiri. Ọ bụrụ na ọkpụ ụzụ ama ka esi akpụ ogele mkpi abụọ ya leke na-egbe anya n'ọdụ ka ọ fụ ka esi akpụ ọmụta ka esi akpụ ya. Ejeka mije ka onye isi awụ ihe mara Simon Ekpa and Ngozi Arabeze and the re-declared of the University of Biafra. In your 27 years, Biafra has been re-declared. And there is nothing you can do because the world will call it what? Legal. The world will call it what? Legal. Not illegal. The world call it that there is a standing law or a standing protocol. In the context of statehood, in the context of having your lost country back, whether restoration, a lost country, or establishing a new one, transition, refer to the deliberatory purpose of shifting authority from an occupier or existing power to new sovereign administration. You must transition to prove that you have taken the power. That is when they said that your destiny is in your hand. The destiny can only be delayed, but it can never be denied. USD has been re-declared. It has met all the criteria of the international global community, waiting for Poland waited for 51 good years after their re-declaration, after having government in exile. Poland, you know today. Lithuania. These are countries, through re-declaration, they lost their country, they regain it back because of what? Forming a government in exile and issue back a re-declaration. No re-declaration, no nation. Take it or you leave it. Our DPM has swallowed her, has made herself down because she is not a proud human being. Call for all of you to come back. Let us discuss. I saw one Ikechuku asking a very stupid question with mentality of Nigeria. And when they give him mic, come and talk, he disappeared. Nwokoko. Ihe ngwara ọnụ bụ ndị be anyị si egbe bele ugobele. Mana nke si bi ebekwala ya febe ka ofu ka ebe ga-ebe si atọ. Continue flying. Ị na-eme protest. Ị na-eme agitation. For 27 years, 10 years, in a protest, in agitation. What is your gain? Nothing. And the criteria of the world you refuse. Can you ask yourself, how did Australia that we are protesting go to their country? How did the island achieve their country? You are in America. How did the America succeed from the hands of the Great Britain of Charles King? How did he succeed? How did they succeed? To America become a country. Where you are today, calling for Memorial Day, a remembrance of memorial of the hero days under the protest. Food. Nobody seen the IPOB organization, terrorist group. USB they are declared not a terrorist group, but this is a country. Any day Nigeria mention the name Nigeria, but USB in a wrong way. The ICJ will capture them immediately without wasting time. It's not like a child's play because of there is a standing law. There is a standing legal for USB they are declared. There is a protocol. There is a template. The template is number one. You must transition from protest group to a government in exile, not DOS structure. not command and control. Who are you controlling? Yourself. There is a road. There is a road. There is rules that when you are traveling, you will submit your passport, you bring your ID card, and you traveled. You waited for your visa to come out. Did you not wait for your visa to come before you travel? That is the same way we are waiting for USB recognition. It is big bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. We are no longer a movement. We are no longer a movement. We are a functioning state in exile. On a way, go and hug transformer. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence often just a word. Without the declaration, it can never become reality. Without a declaration, it can never become reality that your protest and your agitation can give you a nation. No, they say it can never become possible. It is impossible that it can never become a country. I look at all this nonsense IPOB, all these things are doing protests here and there. Honestly, I don't know. You cannot research, you can't read. From the time in abroad, from Wazirike coming to America, and you said Wazirike in America. You said how many years? What was the achievement? They said any document from a protest group don't have value. But a document from a government in exile through a peaceful declaration has a legal standing. IPOB protest organization, no standing for you. That is why Nigeria can declare you terrorist organization. Number one, what does transition mean in having a new country? Transition, the operational pass where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative system. It usually involves three specific types of movement. I will play. Listen to this.
In the context of statehood, whether restoring a lost country or establishing a new one, transition refers to the deliberate process of shifting authority from an occupying or existing power to a new sovereign administration. It is the bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence is often just words. With it, that declaration becomes a reality. 1. What does transition mean in statehood? Transition is the operational phase where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative systems. It usually involves three specific types of movement. Legal transition, moving from the laws of the old regime to the laws of the new administration, writing a constitution, establishing courts. Administrative transition, taking over civil services such as healthcare, education, and identity management, issuing passports or ID cards. Security transition, shifting from a resistance or protest model to a formal policing and defense model that maintains order peacefully. 2. Why is transition so important? Transition is the difference between a successful state and a failed state. Here is what...
Are you hearing it? Transition is what? Successful is proving this is a failed state when you refuse to transition. When you transition, it becomes successful. Let's hold it there. That's what I want us to look at. Legal transition. Legal transition. Moving from the laws of the old region to the law of the new administration. Writing a constitution, establishing courts. USB has written constitution of a country called United States of Biafra. USB has done it. This is part of this. This is what they call what? Transition. This is what? Transition. Administrative transition. Taking over civil service, such as healthcare, education, and identifying the management, issuing passport or ID card and the currency. Do you see why USB were declared? It is the only legal standard you have as a country, and the only country you have, and the only one the world knows. That is why out of the 75 exile governments, not out of 75 organizations like IPOB, it doesn't exist anywhere in the world. IPOB only exists in your mindset and in your head as a black man you are. When you look at it here, what USB is doing, issue ID card, passport, and the currency, it's proving that said is what? It's proving civil service to the people, proving that you are ready to govern your people. That is why you are a state in waiting, not organization in waiting. Security transition, shifting from resistance or protest model. You must shift from being a resistance or liberation army to a military of a country. You must move away from being a protest organization group to what? To a formal policy and defend model that's maintaining order and peaceful atmosphere. It's not what you think. It's not about how you feel. Our own way cannot give us Biafra. Take it or you leave it. It's when we stand on the existing protocol where others like Poland stand, where there was in exile in London, where you are shouting IPOB, one family, IPOB, one family, IPOB, IP one family is not a country. And it can never be a country. Number two, why transition is so much important. Transition is the difference between success state and failed state. Here is why it's considered the most critical, perhaps. Why transition is much important. Now, A, establishing effective control. International law and the Montevideo Convention of 1933 look for effective control. What is USB is doing today? That is what USB is doing today. If a group declare a country but has no plan to collect trash, run hospital, or manage a currency, manage what? A currency, print your currency, print your ID card, print your passport, grant your citizens, issue a birth certificate, marriage certificate. These are what you must do. The world will not recognize them if you do not do all these things. And USB is doing it. When IPOB is going to issue currency, issue ID card, issue passport of a country, and you are there. Transition proved to the UN and the neighboring countries. Transition proved to the UN and the neighboring countries, not neighboring organization, that you are ready to lead on a day one, that you are ready to lead your people from day one. You are ready to govern them, serve them, prove that you are a country, not a group. Transition. B, it prevents a power vacuum. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. If you don't put the law already, there will be a vacuum of no law. But now we have put it, there is a law. As you can see, the Biafran Constitution is in the Amazon. Please go there and take your own. Without transition, this leader to choose looting or civil war. Without transition, with only protests, you are calling for war. Without transition, your leader is going to put under arrest. Without transition, your leader is going to tag terrorists. Without transition, your leader will charge treason. You will be charged treason. Without transition, your leader will charge felony. Without transition, your leader will charge incitement. But with a transition to government in exile and peaceful declaration, all has done, died, buried, because the peaceful declaration moves you away from tagging you rebel, insurgency, terrorists, and what's not. And you are there as an IPOB. You are there. Your name is IPOB. Without transition, a government in exile or professional government has terms ready to step into immediate to keep their light on and the water running with a peaceful declaration with the government. Now it has getting into where we are. Is with the government in exile. It's only possible without government in exile. No group, no organization. It can never be recognized by any country, because country talk to country. Nation talk to nation. No matter how small it is a nation. Talk to what? Nation. Whether you have your respect. See, it builds international trust. What builds international trust? Government in exile with a peaceful declaration is what's good. They said that the declaration of the United States of Biafra by government in exile, leader of Zongo is the one that is building international trust. The international trusted USB declared as a peaceful country, not IPOB organization with the protests and the conflict of military everywhere, killing and arresting by everywhere. It's not. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability with organization protests. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will. Now, number one, respect existing treaties. Do you see when you declare a nation? Without you be a nation, you cannot sign treaty. That word treaties, go and check. No organization can sign treaty. Treaty was only meant for a country to a country. Go and check very well and come out. Respect existing treaties and international obligation is what you are doing when you made a peaceful declaration by government in exile, United States of Biafra. Number two, protect the right of all citizens, including military. You see, for those who are against USB, they are declared. Who want USB to be under them? The USB is what protects the citizen and also the military, not to be tagged terrorists. Number three, provide a stable environment for training and the diplomacy through a government in exile, peaceful declaration. D, it's legitimize the peace. It's legitimize the peaceful declaration. It's legitimize the peaceful declaration. If a group make a peaceful declaration, the transition plan is the proof of a security. It shows the world that the group is not interested into violence, takeover, but it's a professional handover. It is peaceful declaration from government in exile. Is a peaceful handover that the declaration of Biafra as a country is no longer in the way of 1967 to 1970 military war. No, it's ended. Now it is peaceful movement. This makes it much easier. A peaceful declaration with government in exile. This makes it easier for International Court of Justice or foreign parliament to support the case of the United States of Biafra as a country. Number three, let's play the audio.
It is considered the most critical phase. A, it establishes effective control. International law and the Montevideo Convention looks for effective control. If a group declares a country but has no plan to collect trash, run hospitals, or manage a currency, the world will not recognize them. Transition proves to the UN and neighboring countries that you are ready to lead on day one. B. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. Without transition, this leads to chaos, looting, or civil war. With
Okay.
transition, a government in exile or a provisional government has teams ready to step in immediately to keep the lights on and the water running. C. It builds international trust. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will 1. Respect existing treaties and international obligations. 2. Protect the rights of all citizens, including minorities. 3. Provide a stable environment for trade and diplomacy. D. It legitimizes the peaceful redeclaration. If a group makes a peaceful redeclaration, the transition plan is their proof of sincerity. It shows the world that the group isn't interested in a violent takeover, but in a professional handover. This makes it much easier for the International Court of Justice or foreign parliaments to support the cause. 3. The Exile to Governance Roadmap. In the 21st century, the transition often starts before the group even has the land back. This is known as
That is why I posit the exile government, the exile governance roadmap. They did not see USB to pull this map. When Poland was in 1939, government in exile, we are not there. Are we there? The answer is no, we are not. In 1939, Poland formed government in exile in London. In the 21st century, the transition often started before the group even have their land back. The transition starts when you never take over your territory, when you don't have your land in your hand. In 21st century, the transition often started before the group even has their land back. This is known as a pre-transition through government in exile. Number one, population in exile. You are IPOB, you are in exile. That is where you are. Forget that code language. Abroad in diaspora, IPOB in diaspora. Do you not even know where you are? Do you know how the law, when you try to have a new country, what they use for you? The criteria when you are having a new country is different from when you're on the protest. In the protest, you are in diaspora doing your protest. When it comes to the criteria for you to have a new nation, it is called what? Exile. Drafting the constitution. Who will draft? Government in exile that issue a peaceful declaration. Training civil servants and creating an administrative of citizens, database of the citizens. Today, USB is calling you to come and take your ID card. That is how they create a database to know the population of the Biafran people in abroad, in exile, or in diaspora, according to what you claim. Number two, the declaration formally announced the intent to restore or create the state. Are you hearing it? The declaration is an announcement of a new state has emerged. That is the meaning of what? Declaration. Then how can you declare that new nation, that new state, and you fall back and say the name of organization? And you want to use a organization to achieve their country. It's not possible. You can only use a country to achieve a country. You can only use a country to achieve what? A country. This is how it is. The interim, perhaps, working with international bodies like the UN to manage peaceful handover of power after a peaceful declaration. That's what I told you. Put a structure of 4-man delegate that will select those that are going to pilot the affairs of the United States of Biafra after our peaceful declaration. Full sovereignty, number 4. The government moved from exile to the territory after they have achieved recognition. Assume total control like Poland. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. Are you hearing it? A responsibility of forming prime minister, cabinet members, COS, and all of them. A country that cannot manage its transition usually lost its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful structured transition is the insurance policy from a new nation to survive. Listen to the audio.
Transition. 1. Preparation in exile. Drafting the Constitution, training civil servants, and creating an administrative database of citizens. 2. The Declaration, formally announcing the intent to restore or create the state. 3. The interim phase. Working with international bodies like the UN to manage a peaceful handoff of power. 4. Full sovereignty. The government moves from exile to the territory and assumes total control. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. A country that cannot manage its transition usually loses its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful, structured transition is the insurance policy for a new nation's survival. How does the idea of administrative identity, like issuing IDs during a transition, fit into your view of a peaceful restoration?
I hope it has sound clear to you. Now, we are going to the main question here, or the main headline. My question was, how many lost countries form government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration is the only way that they achieve their lost country back in the 21st century and in the 20th century? I repeat again. So you can go to your Google to ask this question. The question is, what I ask is, how many lost countries from government in exile and issue a peaceful redeclaration, proving that is the only way that they achieved their lost country back in the 21st century and in the 20th century? Listen. After this, I'll put the link as I play it as we continue. Listen to this. To hear how many countries that lost it through a peaceful redeclaration, they regained their country back.
20th and 21st centuries, the government in exile, GIE model, with a peaceful redeclaration, has become a vital tool for nations whose sovereignty was interrupted by occupation or annexation. While the 20th century focused on restoring lost legitimacy after wars, the 21st century focuses on creating legitimacy through international legal standards like the Montevideo Criteria. 1. The 20th century, the restoration model. In the 1900s, this path was used mostly by nations that already existed but were temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity, that the country never actually died. Successful examples: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The event, occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940.
Are you hearing it?
The strategy: Estonia maintained a formal government in exile in Oslo, while Latvia and Lithuania maintained their sovereignty through diplomatic legations, embassies in the US and UK. The result: in 1991, they didn't just become new countries, they redeclared their 1918 independence. Because they had kept their legal identity alive for 50 years, the world recognized them almost immediately. Poland, 1939 to 1990. The event, occupied during World War II. The strategy: the Polish government in exile operated in London for decades. The result: when communism fell in 1990, the president of the GIE, Ryszard Kaczorowski, traveled to Warsaw to hand over the original presidential insignia to the new government, symbolizing the peaceful return of the legitimate state. 2. The 21st century, the diplomatic statehood model. In the 2000s, the focus shifted. Now groups use GIEs to build the administrative organs of a state, passports, tax IDs, ministries, before they even have the land back. This makes them look like a state in waiting. Successful or emerging examples: East Timor, Timor-Leste. The path: after 24 years of occupation, They combined a resistance movement with a high-level diplomatic government in exile strategy.
Okay.
The result: by focusing on international law and a peaceful UN-backed referendum, they achieved full independence in 2002.
Okay.
The shadow government strategy. Many modern movements, such as the National Unity Government of Myanmar or various restoration movements, now use digital sovereignty. They issue IDs and collect voluntary taxes online.
Are you hearing
Why?
it? Online.
Because in the 21st century, if you can prove you are governing a people peacefully, even from another country, you are closer to being a Montevideo state. 3. Comparison of the two eras. Feature: 20th century successes. 21st century strategy. Main goal: legal continuity, proving the old state still lives. Administrative capacity, proving the new state can work. Methods: diplomacy and radio broadcasts. Digital IDs, social media and international courts. Key precedent: anti-colonialism/World War II restoration. 2010 ICJ Kosovo precedent. Peaceful declarations are not illegal. Outcome: restoration of the old country. Transformation of a movement into a new sovereign. Why this is the only way now. In the past, you could win a country by having a bigger army. Today, the UN Security Council and International Court of Justice are the gatekeepers. 1. Violence is a filter. If a group is violent, they are labeled insurgents. If they are a peaceful GIE, they are diplomats. 2. Recognition is everything. You can control land, but if no one recognizes your money or passports, you are just a gray zone. A GIE spends its time winning recognition, which is the gold of 21st century politics. Summary: while not every GIE succeeds, those that focus on peaceful redeclaration and administrative institutionalization, like the Baltic model, have the highest success rate because they align with the modern world's preference for law over war.
I hope you are hearing it clearly. And you IPOB member, you are on the protest for 27 years. East Timor was occupied for 24 years. And your own is from 1967 to 2025, how many years? Sorry, 2026, how many years? Please help me in the comment section. From 1967 Biafran War to this 2026, how many years that Biafran was occupied? And the first movement to patriotic movement was Masob. No peaceful declaration of the country, only protests. That is only what was VK did protest, and after what happened, he disappeared. Yes, my brother. Good afternoon from here.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my brother, well done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Don't drink, my brother.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Yeah. I will change. You know, we find now. I'm trying to change what I'm going to my sense.
Yes.
I want to understand that thing. I think yesterday I saw the Zoom of Ogen Kere and Barawa, and that man that then was that declaration of Finland. You understand? And,
Yeah.
and the man is a member of Congress, if I'm not mistaken. So and her addressing Ogen as a prime minister. Hello.
I can hear you loud and clear.
So how let me address as a prime minister? Now I want to ask a question. I don't know putting confusion because they knew that Dr. Ngozi Okonjo is deputy prime minister, and they knew that Simon is our prime minister and he has problem. Then why are they addressing this man as a prime minister?
Yes. Do you listen to McArnold? McArnold said that anybody in America can pay money for them to call him any name by having handshake on that name. When you pay somebody money, and also the man is not a member of Congressman, please, it's not.
Yeah.
He's not a member of Congressman. What Ogen Clay is doing, he pays money. Once you pay somebody money, okay, let me give you an example. When I was in the zoo, when my name was I normally answer Hitler or number one. There was a time when I want that name to be established very well. I give my guys, I buy drink, give some of them 500 to 200. And what happened? I said, give them the money. Number one, well, my name as number one, or Hitler was everywhere. That is my name, Hitler. So for those who I paid money to call me Hitler, they will call me. So what you can create is once they pay you money, anything, see, anything in America is like paying somebody money to snap picture, paying somebody money to have a handshake. It's allowed. You have already know within yourself. We will not, I have told them, say it again, we cannot achieve Biafra without having such situation on ground. America, you are hearing today that congressmen, that people are there. When America was being declared, 500 and they signed a signature openly sent to UN that they don't want America to become a country. Even an Anglican bishop, Anglican clergy signed. So all these things we are seeing is what we have to see for us to achieve Biafra as a country. So it doesn't matter. And I also proved to you here that when Namibia declared their country, after their declaration, 8 groups came out, 8 different organizations. They are 8 in number, 8. You know what is come after declaration? You have 8 different groups fighting you that made that declaration. If one of them went ahead to re-declare Namibia again, what happened? When the world decided to recognize Namibia, they recognized the first one that issued the declaration of Namibia as a country in 1990. My brother, all these things is allowed. And all these things is why we are here. All these things is what to encourage you. When you don't have anyone who challenges you, you feel relaxed. But when you have someone who challenges you, you work hard to beat him hands down. So do not be confused. See, the truth prevail at last. And when truth prevail, Hadaino comes. Is it not true? That is how we don't worry. We are there. If that is your question, another person is the building, our brother Olushunwa God. Let's give him mic so he can speak to us, then we will continue.
Okay. Yeah, my brother will ask question. Thank you so much. But I not like the question, because Ray Biafran TV, I greet you. You know something happened yesterday. Yes. Dr. Abese created platform, IPOB, USB, Brigi, de facto. One on instruction of Martin Nandi can say, bring people together because already Hamadik, all of them when they declare go Biafra. But I want people got that place or when Hamadik got Biafra. This woman took her time. That platform, Mazi, there. Always 700 and something people on that platform.
Only yesterday, not as of today.
Just yesterday, Capro meeting. Can the mother be a drum or a brace, Dr. Abrace, Mandi, even those the IPOB, Mandi San hardcore. Unyobla be a joy. One, there was no single person that came. The whole people do not the platform. And when I send the audio message, people they put IPOB. No single person came to ask Dr. Abrace for the whole meeting yesterday. I know
for over 3 hours.
Over 3 hours. No single person. But that's Dr. Abrace, link. Nobody. You only need to that USB cabinet members, brother, my officials to listen to the guy question. Come here, Dr. Abrace Gaza. One day we not see anybody. Again, that man, Robin, our distance. Onye ahụ nwụrụ kwuru okwu na ihe awụ Attorney Levy. Onye awụ Robin, onye awụ ndị dị involved with Elias. Onye mere address USB na Lati Levy, not Robin, not Robin. Ihe awụ ndị ka awụ ndị lobbyist. Ndị ahụ maka nọdụ si you can pay people money to perambulate in capital because Ogenkere was boasting that no anybody by now the highest person who have gone to Capital Hill. One obodo yibo ebe amanagino. I can go and meet Prime Minister. People are running with Justice Minister obodo.
Yes.
If we can go na Parliament there, kwehe naka. All we obodo yibo did different. No security. So, but why I'm saying this is because of our brother, because these things they do actually sometimes it confuses people.
Yes, yes.
To be honest, that our brother the right. It confuses people. Look at Arnold who has spent years in Nigeria. Van Nigeria for years. The man with the report, the man said, now this brief phenomenon will Congress. I had the program.
Yes.
Because already 10 million not time. He said the program was hidden. But how many no give me Congress briefing? They will stop it.
Yeah.
And a few days ago, no. Only one man who was Lebanese assassin in Nigeria 30 years.
Yes.
That man, I say his son, I'm in Nigeria. Donald Trump.
Yes.
So now, these are the things that is happening that most people don't. My brother. Ogenkere is paid. That $150 million additional account to Enugu State honor in possession of Ogenkere.
Yes.
That money on his table. That was why he ran away. Plus, Ndiko to move. So, but this our brother, I so much love it because if this is not addressed, a lot of people will be confused. So, my brother, that is nothing. You and United States of Biafran government under the one, all because I will choose to respond. I gotta go beyond the magic. Most of us before I met you, I was watching. After I got to school many years, when most of us name, so I'm here with job. I'm here with honor. Ogenkere is enjoying the world to destabilize the USB government. He's enjoying it because all those 3 were put on split. I want to ask everybody now. I remember how many groups now in Madabu? Almost 3.
Yeah. Almost 3 groups.
3 groups. Oh, Imam Madabu now on his own. Shine and group on his own. Van now on his own. 3. Here the same people who installed Ogenkere. Ogenkere now, you hold okay cash. But I will know Jihego. And I hate to because how the money could, that's why he's holding on. But look at United States of Biafran since he was redeclared. We are still standing firm. USD government is still pushing hard every day, doing wonders. Their documents are doing wonders all over Europe. So I had him apologetic. Yesterday, I asked him if not that God, Dr. Abese formed that group, I would have taken myself out because that's something I hate in my whole life. I want age, that is age you will get to. Gay career, don't be silly. When age you get to, when you see give is okay, no matter what you know. That platform, people were commenting. I have to bust out and give samples saying, now how much the reason Dr. Abese the IPO mean now IPO organization. And thank God, after that, she came to that, she said it. Those dance go on my dick for truth. They need to know what she's doing. So we are no longer into agitation, even if Dr. Abese decide to keep quiet, the cabinet member decide to keep quiet, we want this your program. All bomb. Onye na ndị be anyị anaghị adị, ndị be anyị dị, amaghị ha dị deaf and dumb. Nnachina, I want to ask you, how can somebody go to school and said he's a professor? He said he's a doctor this. Because he had the professor and had a research. This level of professors I'm going to now. Mandi doctorate degree saying at this Biafran agitation. Dr. Abese refine and sound. Ndị na-akpọ onwe ha ma lawyer, ma Dr. this, Dr. Bryson, Dr. Koma, Prophet. What kind of, because he got meet professors. Ha nọrọ na tebụl ile azụ ha gị hụ akwụkwọ gị hụ books gị hụ books bụcha golden colors ihe wa akwụkwọ agụrụ agụ ihe wa akwụkwọ edere ede. So this group of people now professors, my brother, ọkwa Nigeria Buhari enweghị certificate. Osibajo, a professor of law or assistant yabi for 8 years. The man never made a mention. Oge nkere, I'm not akwụkwọ ultimate, but I'm oge nkere aga school. All just go to asụsụ ka ị ga-eji ama na ọga school. A school akwụkwọ here ultimate, because when ndị na-aga school, but brain did too much. Now, ndị professors as a professor now with Yama, can they not go and do research? But how to get a control in this thing that you are doing? Can they not do image? I give Google when you a few days ago. See a guy na Google. While you are talking now, you should go and tap it now. These professors and doctors, our name research. That's my question, Chino. What is their job? That 21st century needs this in armed struggle. No diplomatic. What about to be even said it? Even when they are still together with him. He said it. No one made this degradation. He had baga way born. Also until this is done.
And that is what this program today is proving to you.
You understand? Also until this is done. Now how much I think in Nigeria where he's heading to. Also na hammer. They try to stop him. Oh my brother, I didn't get better because of this brother. Because I know my chief was one I still I'd like I clarify because that man I want to address na that here oga ha na eme here onye ahụ mere ihe ahụ Anthony Levy ka Robin ka kpọ Robin so onye ahụ onye akwụrụ okwu with ndị awo. And let me tell you, Mazi, ndị ọcha dị iche, watch that interview he had with them. He didn't even support them. Watch Mike cannot do with Van Dem. They were all disappointed because the man was telling
They were all
them,
disappointed.
They were disappointed. The man was telling them that now with all this in a group we had and they are not together, this and that. No one we natural. So the man is hoping directly. But hang on, they lack idea, they lack sensibility to process like oti na kushi here. No one na mind he koga. They begin to reflect on what you are doing. And when they have that knowledge to reflect on analysis, that's why this independent media they are powerful. So you they take it on one by one. Analyze. Intellect. Or carry the school. All the case you manage also primary 3 kayagara. No matter who's the guy buche. Buche because all work hard to image go culture koji. Na daily the other lab, you give you So my brother, thank you so much for that question. At least we are spoken now. People have heard it. The word
and 3 days ago, remember the program I did 3 days ago when they said that Ogen Kere in America is being sued as somebody who is building a political future for himself. Yes. In the name of walking in the corridor of the congressmen and here and there, not intention to that. He never went anywhere to talk about to restore Biafra as a country or to seek for Biafra mission. It's not Ogen Kere is just planning his way because the money he see in his account, he never believed such amount of money will be. Till today, yes. Ogen Kere could not give account of that $150 million and Obato be about it. He never answered. So with that money, that's why he's messing up today. And it's allowed, but the issue is that the criteria and the way the world will see having a new country is different from how we reason. I remember being a member of IPOB and OTECA. 2014 in here.
Even myself.
And look at, since then I begin to ask God, how could this be Biafra? Until my someone never come, I find out this is how time it will come. Until I now see a stable place where I'm able to research and know the history. How others look at Poland, their history. That they did without, the word said, without re-declaration of a lost country and if having a government in exile, there is no way out. That is why I am not panicking. I don't even care about what Ogekri is doing, because I know that what he's doing cannot stop us. If 500 men who signed that America will not be a country could not stop America, and imagine how we are 56 men win 500 men. Imagine such a thing.
Yeah.
That is one thing I have to be in our mind. That is our case. 500 said that they don't want America to be a country. Even an Anglican bishop. Then what happened? Then they sign and send a paper that they don't want America as a country. But what happened? Because of the signature of these 56 continental congressmen, and that is why America is a country today. That is where we are. That is where we are.
Even these people, these people that are shooting themselves in the foot. Well, if you go look at that that declaration document, their names are there, their signatures are there. Can you imagine? Imagine if you bring that person now, ask him now, you say you did not recognize this that you declared in Latin. Yes, yes. Or just okay, in this signature, your signature is there. Okay. My dad, all of them, the paper, all of them, their signature is there. Somebody will ask you, why did you sign it then? Were you forced to do that? Were you coerced to do that? Get some number. Then why did you sign it? Because the signing was voluntary. The paper was dropped on a table. Onyoblanaga sign it by themselves. And here one of the highest documents.
And eventually, if you said it was being forced, there is a video that you are not being forced.
Yes. God bless you.
There is a video proving that.
Everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
this is crazy, man.
Honestly, my program today is rise of all this group. How Poland made it, how Lithuania made it, how Eastern made it, how Levante made it, how Timor-Leste, how Miami and Kosovo. All this history was only by peaceful re-declaration of their lost country, and those on the new will issue a peaceful declaration or declaration. Call it anyone you want, but it must be there. If Poland, they can stay in London for 51 years, who are we? If you check from the time that we started this thing, okay, Timor-Leste was occupied for how many years? Timor-Leste was 24 years. Now, when you check from the one of from 1990, from 1967 to 2026, it is 59 good years. That's what it is. In this 59 good years, there was no declaration. After we have lost Biafra. And the Timor-Leste declared it. Their land was only occupied for 24 years. You that your own has been occupied for 59 good years. Remember what it makes 60 years. You know, 60 years is how many years? It's 10 decades. Yeah. You cannot do anything. And the world has given you a way to have your country. And you say no, that you want a harder way. And the world said, we can never use the harder way again. What else do you want what to do for you? Look at the history, how it goes. Or when they buy snow quibo, no na madama hozo miriato mpekelejo, kwezio. When the guys na obu no pozo, ama kesi abo ogene, brampi abo. Ya leba no kwa kesi abo. Ebe kokunda kasi di mendoge. Why you cannot follow history? Whatever you didn't do is history. If you have a child, if you marry and get a child today, send that child to school. To go to school is to go and repeat the existing history of those who has been there before that daughter or that child. Is it not true?
Yes. It's true.
Mazi Ekeneze, please go on. Your hand is up.
Yeah. My brother Jaramaji to he Dramudramaya well. Because that had them had their convincing people. But with these people, not believe that I want to be highly.
Yeah.
I want to clearly. So some people are about the truth there. But don't wait fair, you know, don't you contribute based on if Madame Ben. Martino.
Yeah.
I even know. Now, last time I didn't think peace.
Yes. Yeah. I remember.
You remember?
Yes.
So that is what Madam just did. Nobody is exemption. Everybody is included. But those who want to be included, that's why she read that platform of wherever you are, come and ask me question.
Yeah.
You understand? Because some people, food, there's nowhere. You can't say that. So I popular I believe because I remember vividly when asking question. If you can clear me very well about it, Biafra, I will follow you with my heart. But if I say you're right, not the kind of also okay. So I'm more than 50, I'm a 50%. Not be so.
Yes.
Now are you telling me that without all this thing now, these people are they are fooling themselves. But I love what Madam did. Come and ask me a question. If you think I'm not, ask me a question. Come on, say one year. That is a partially creating that peace. You know, even your own self, it has to bomb. You might have bomb. Bomb. So I'm told you tomorrow. Has obodo dị mma nwe ha na-agbapụla emepụta dị mma ebara mụla ka o si wee dị so ana m atụ ụjọ agwa fụ m nke a nwanne ana m atụ ụjọ ahụ because
yes,
hello?
I can see you. Yes,
so what I'm saying is with what you are doing and what Madam did, yes, with what Madam did show that she has placed, she has done her own part. She's a very nice woman. She's a very nice woman. He cut a place. He said amnesty for anywhere they come.
That's all from Bongo.
Chino.
From Bongo. Yeah. Mazi.
And you know, let me be honest with you, Chino, ndi no na homeland. What you can ever hand a newspaper stands in Lagos.
Yes.
In a the Igbo guys no that new koku Biafra, new koku ngozo rabeze, new koku politics. Now, some people, many people in our homeland will understand the current abroad. I am being honest with you.
Yes.
Most people in abroad, my brother, they are the worst. Imagine on a free nation. Look at this our brother now, for example. Even on a book theory, I got guy here before say but I told him, but what I'm saying you, majority of people that are living in abroad, that people fought and died for. In a Koku Biafra today, they look not abroad. Yeah, they are. You shouldn't be talking about that. People know our homeland. With a lot of understanding, but Finland and Latvia. While we speak, while we come out to talk, because then we should somebody from homeland or here. Na homeland can you remember?
Yes.
Na homeland na anime upuru ndị ba na n'ụlọ ndị a nwere a lot of understanding ndị nọ abroad because I'm this abroad na-etinye some people ọgbaghara n'isi. I am being honest with you. One continue because the ihe ndị nọ abroad ihe ha na-ezuzu ma ndị nọ America ma ndị nọ Europe ma ndị nọ Asia men ndị mụtachara n'ụmụ ha nọ ka ha na-eme ka
I watch Australia. That is why I was angry. I see an old man with his grandson protesting on the streets of Australia, not a protest of IPOB.
Can you imagine?
The protests you have done for 27 years without any result.
Oh God.
So why is that you cannot say? That is why I first play about transition, how you can transition to have country. And that is why now the question I am answering with this my research now is how many countries, how many lost countries from government in exile and issue peaceful declaration is the only way they have achieved their lost country back in the 21st century and the 20th centuries. You lost it. And they said, all these names we are mentioning here, Poland, East Timor, Lithuania, ESTONIA, and the LATVIA, and the Timor Leste, Myanmar, Kosovo, all of them did a declaration through a government in exile. And they said, this is the only way that the world will listen to you. This is the only way you prove that you have gained your country back through your declaration. That reaffirm is a real declaration.
Yeah.
In this in the 20th century and 21st century, the government in exile model with peaceful declaration has become a vital tool for a new nation whose sovereignty was interrupted or occupied by an existing power. That a peaceful declaration becomes a vital tool for you to have a nation. With IPOB for 50 years, for 59 years of this Biafra movement, and also from the 1999 from Wazirike to Mazanakan today, where are you? You on the protest, and the people are saying, look at how it's going to be. The word you are calling, you are in diaspora. You know, in IPOB, they will say that they are in diaspora. What is diaspora? Diaspora means when you are doing a protest under the name of Nigeria, that you don't want a new country, that you have a grievance against Nigeria, not treating you right, that you want them. You are in diaspora. When you decide that you want to return back to your country that have lost, or you want to declare a new country, the word is what? Exile government. You must be in exile. The word never use diaspora. The word never use diaspora. They use what? Exile government. As you are in exile, you are here because of those that occupy your land. It could not give you a chance for you to protest or for you to form and return, take your country back. Then you move. They now give an example. Why the 20th century focus on restoring lost legitimacy after war? The only way in the 20th century is that you can claim who you are is by war, through a war. You must go to war. And we went to war, we lose. Did we not went to war in the 20th century? Did we not lose? We lose the war. That is why there is a lost country. Then the 21st century focused on creating legitimacy through international legal standing, like the Montevideo Convention, by government in exile issue a peaceful re-declaration of a lost country. Number one, the 20th century, the restoration move in the 20th century, they call it what? Restoration. Now, in the 90s, this part was used mostly by nations that already exist, but we are temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity, that is, the country never actually died. That is why they did what? They call it. They do what? They do what? Restoration in the 20th century. They call it restoration. After you have lost it, you have to go to war back again. You will do war. After the war, then to move away those occupy your land. Then you have your country back. What they said you are doing on that word, restoration of a old lost country, that you are proving to the world that this country has never died. That is why you restore it back. You restore it back. That is the code of the when it was 20th centuries. Yes, go on, my brother, please. Yeah.
Can I quote the truth now?
Bongo Network. Bongo Network.
They are from war. Under that one.
No, Homeland, Gloria.
Hello?
It was
yes.
From
now. See, let me tell you one thing. People in the homeland now value mostly what you are doing. John, why? People in diaspora, the only is that they might comfortable, but then when crisis now, I want the homeland now get the warrant. I want to be Africa Barudu.
Yes.
Because I walk it up, but now, on the lot now get I am quite a place. But no, but I know abroad there now. So who I live here? But I want this year one more here. So, Oku the Kubu, Indokela, I want to leave. Your woman, one to say about me. See what here? On the banner ban, never can ban the people down. Can Nala Zondo, or Bondana Daspra. Udare Bundana Daspra. Good idea.
Yes, you are right.
Eh?
You are right.
You think I have not done that? Oh, I'm done on the chat. Lanamba Timokali, Bugasi Nabu Munai. Oh, I can't use you. A word nearby. So, why do you take the speech one day now? Spiritually, they must be educated. Oh, I want the people said that I'm not begging you to believe in USBO, but I believe one day sometime the map will catch you. You understand the truth. Because some people never do out in Halley. You have to go. But some people might the truth. So if you know good abo, you'll to bomb with about tomorrow. Don't say I didn't tell you or nobody told me about this. You know? So I want never go na zondo. Now go and say la zonyo one this and la zonyo. By cousin then by ezioku. The kwa nyanya because the one you mala sonso. Ezoku kwoto. These people about hip hop now. If madam about true ndabo ndo tula ego. And another pro heba hasieri. Fatro ka control Jesus come. Kala trokwa ego. But that's why they kept quiet. But they wanted him to die. That money could not go to cannot care by themselves. But God that says Biafra have got to stand, save that man alive.
Yes.
I know about now. Now they have seen that they did not kill him, they jailed him. And the people are talking about bringing him out. They now raise up by allegation. He thief, he this one. Does he not the man didn't what does the man doesn't want upstairs with his level of life? He want to own estate. Only if the man can buy him private jet.
Let me tell you something. There is this history happening in South Africa. Those that followed Nelson Mandela, because they want to use Nelson Mandela to make money, and they want to use Nelson Mandela to become famous. When Nelson Mandela was arrested, they deviated from Nelson Mandela, started castigating Mandela, insulting Mandela. Many of them was alive. When Nelson Mandela comes out, do you know that in South Africa that about 59 people they hang themselves because of the lies they told about Nelson Mandela. They used the hand to hang themselves. Many of them was in prison. Those who come outside publicly like what IPOB is doing today. Getting Nelson Mandela. I said 59 die by they use their hand, they go enter their room or inside bush, hang themselves and die there. Others was judged by the law. So this is about to repeat. It's a history.
Okay.
Now let me ask you this question. Why did the America polish those that was against America to become a country? Why? You know, many of them died in exile. Do you know today that there is some countries that was being formed by American indigenes that run away from America because of their attitude and what's coming out from their mouth when America was fighting to be a country? If you don't play it here, hold on. Let me deviate small from what we are doing. Let me find it where I keep it in my storeroom here. What America did to those that was against America to become a country. The same is happening here today. Anybody who refused to work with USB, they are declared. It's a saboteur, it's a betrayer. He never won Biafra. He only wants to use Biafra to become famous, to become a popular human being today. Like Ogen Kere. When Ogen Kere was America doing mechanic job, if someone did not give him position, can he become who he is today? Biafra bring him out. Like all these men that we are seeing today, that was against USB, they are declared. The same is happening right here in front of us. And people are there doing one thing or the other thing that never come to exist. Let me give you an example what happened to America. For those who refuse that America will never be a country, those who work against America as a country, That's what happened there. The same thing happened. So you can never have a country that we are fighting to restore without a group or a betrayer or saboteurs. So this has happened. Let me check you this one. Do you want to know about those specific reasons why some people choose to remain loyal? Yes, listen to those who choose that they never want America to become a country. Listen to this.
I would love to dive into the Declaration of Independence. It is a fascinating, often overlooked piece of history that mirrors the American Declaration of Independence but from a completely opposite perspective. In November 1776, after the British had successfully occupied New York City, over 500 people gathered to sign this document. It serves as a perfect historical counter-narrative to the events in Philadelphia. The content of the Declaration of Independence. While Thomas Jefferson's declaration focused on unalienable rights and the tyranny of King George III, the Loyalist document focused on the unnatural rebellion. They argued that the push for independence was an unnatural and illegal rebellion against a mild and indulgent government. A plea for protection. The signers explicitly asked the British commanders to restore the civil government and protect them from the oppression of the Continental Congress. Reaffirming allegiance. It was a formal way for citizens to prove they were not rebels, which was critical for their safety and the preservation of their property while under British occupation. Why people chose to remain loyal. The reasons for staying with the crown were diverse, and often based on practical survival rather than just love for the king. Reason. Explanation. Economic stability. Many merchants relied on British trade networks and feared that independence would lead to financial ruin and a worthless new currency. Legal protection. Some believed the British Constitution was the greatest protector of liberty in the world, and that American liberty would lead to mob rule and anarchy. Religious oaths. Many Anglican, Church of England clergy and their followers felt bound by their religious oaths of loyalty to the king as the head of the church. Protection of minorities. Groups like the Mohawk, Iroquois Confederacy, and enslaved African Americans often sided with the British, believing the crown was more likely to limit colonial expansion and offer freedom than the American revolutionaries. The silent majority. Historians estimate that roughly 20% of the population were active loyalists, while many others remained neutral, simply trying to survive the conflict. For many, the American Revolution felt less like a glorious war for liberty, and more like a civil war that tore families apart. Would you like to explore the specific stories of any of these groups, such as the Black Loyalists, or the Native American tribes that joined the British side?
I hope you had it clearly. People said they don't want America to be a country. Up to that 500 people signed, including an Anglican bishop in America. This New York, we are seen to refuse that America should not be a country. So it's what will happen to us. That's why I always say that history is repeating in our case. If look at the America today, that is a world power, that people sign that they don't want America to be a country, and they are getting it. They are saying that those who want America to be a country are they are those who want to bring chaos in America, that they prefer to remain under British. What happened? Because of the what? The declaration, you had it here again, that America made their declaration in 1776 by a man. Is it not true? The same one has declared Biafra on November 20, 2024. The same decoration or declaration that has happened in America is what will happen today. And you can see people coming outside deciding against it. If people can criticize the America that we are seeing, what of Biafran people? What of Biafra as a country? People must criticize it. But do you know one thing that is marvelous me in the history of America? Do you know that when 500 signed their signature that they don't want America as a country, that is only 56 men signed that America should be a country? On the legal aspect of it, in the eyes of the so-called international community and the African countries has helped America, they agree that these 56 men are legal, that the 500 are illegal. So imagine that kind with our own case. Then you will see why USB are declared. The government is moving forward, and the world are talking because of what USB are declared. Because it leads to what? Remedial succession that America did 1776. We have done our own in this time around. Our one was November 29, 2024. That is when we have done our own. So do not, that's why I told that we cannot achieve Biafra without having saboteurs. We cannot achieve Biafra without having those who never want Biafra to become a country. All these groups you are seeing today is what? They are those that never want Biafra to become a country. Whatever is them doing today is what? Pretense. Listen to large number of America. That's what happened to them. Listen to this.
During the American Revolution, those who opposed independence and wished to
Those
remain
who
subject to
opposed
the British Crown were known as loyalists. While they were not a single unified organization in the modern sense, they represented a significant portion of the colonial population. They were most commonly referred to by the following names. 1. Loyalists. This was the most common term for colonists who remained loyal to King George III. They believed that revolution was treason and that the colonies benefited from the protection and trade of the...
They believe that the declaration of America is a treason. People of America, that's what happened. That they believe that declaring America as a country, that those who did that was that's what they declared. They declared terrorists. Like I'm calling USB they declare terrorists today. Are you not hearing it? The history is repeating. If people of America can call America terrorists as a country, what of we? Let's continue.
British Empire. 2. Tories. This was a political label used primarily by the Patriots, those supporting independence, to insult their opponents. It was named after the Tory party in Great Britain, which traditionally supported the power of the monarchy and the established church. 3. Royalists, or King's Men. These terms were often used to describe individuals who held official colonial offices under the Crown, or those who served in provincial regiments, loyalist militias, to fight alongside the British Army. Key characteristics of the Loyalist movement. Composition. They included wealthy merchants, Anglican clergy, and Crown officials, but also many enslaved people and Native Americans who believed the British would better protect their rights than the American revolutionaries.
Okay.
Military involvement. Approximately 19,000 to 25,000 Loyalists fought in organized provincial units for the British, such as the King's American Regiment and the Butler's Rangers.
Are you hearing it? Over 90,000 to 25 people joined British military to fight against American military, revolutionary military. That is, they never want. 19,000 to 25 joined because there was against that they don't want America to be a country. They went here to support British. Let's continue.
Outcome. After the British defeat in 1783, roughly 60,000 to 80,000 Loyalists fled the United States, with many settling in Canada, specifically Nova Scotia and Ontario, where they were known as United Empire Loyalists.
Do you hear something? That after that, America has succeeded to chase away British. What happened? That in 1783, that over 60,000 to 80,000 of America flew away from America because of the crime they committed against America to become a country. Check a country where over 60,000 to 80,000 was against that America will never be a country. Now, when America succeeded being America, become a country, what happened? They all flew away. They went into Canada. This is how it happened. So the same thing is happening. So that is why I said, nobody to panic. Do you know that it's 56 men win against 500? And look at the number, 60 to 80,000 flew away. Go on, my brother. Take your mind. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Okay, my brother. Thank you very much. I'm not praising, but I'm encouraging you. Number one, only for those people like me, we still understand because there are people like me who don't know that want to know. Now, only for them to only some people. Maybe let me just call it I'm in Ghana anywhere. You know, I'm in Ghana or anywhere. That's my point.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm in Ghana. That's my point. Okay. Now people know that homeland now. What if ever they believe in a way. Now I'll achieve election because when I'm because you know that close to the Yale media. Now I'll achieve election now. And the people they believe the election they hold. Number one, Peter Big as election. Now, cause on like government of Nigeria call our people what is their mind of continuing what they're doing?
Can you
also when let me some people say happy here, I condom do happy I condom I can hear you.
Yes. The one thing I want to understand is this.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of McArnold said that out of more than
I can
2
hear you.
million.
Yes.
McArnold said that out of over 2 million Nigerians, that Tinubu won with was just only 900 and something thousand votes to become a president. That simply means that country is no longer believing in the government, and there is no vote to count. Let me tell you, there is nothing you can do. Now, I want to bring back the program I just played for what happened in America. If people in America, over 80 to 60,000, agree that they don't want America as a country, what they do, they was supporting the British. So those you see today voting for one Nigeria are the same those who never want them to be a country. That is the truth. If only America, over 80,000 had said, and if continue voting for Britain to continue ruling them, this is those who also believe today in Nigeria that they want Nigeria as a country, that they have better men. Let me tell you, I have an uncle who told me that Nigeria made him who he are, that he better remain under Nigeria. Do you understand it? So when such a people are talking, and those who claim that they are Biafrans today, who only want to use the name of Biafra to make money, you can see what is going on. So they will continue, the little numbers that want Nigeria will continue voting. And it has very obvious that the problem of Nigeria is not vote. The problem of Nigeria is not a president, because it's the same people that are there, my brother. So that is why when I said there is no need to panic at all.
Yeah.
There is no need.
Yeah, and again, according to what their brother asked you, if you recall, when Obatobia was at the first election of Soludo, do you recall that in Anambra State, the population of Anambra State is around, I think, I said 3 million, up to 3 million.
Yes, about 3.2 so far.
3 point something million. How many people voted for Soludo to become governor?
That is it.
Amama was 400,000.
400,000
of 3 point something million. That is
so
to
you can
show
see
you that people are no longer with the government. They are no longer interested. But the thing is, even at that 400, even only Soludo local government, or carry 400, my friend, the whole of Anambra State. So that is to show that they are not even in control of the people. People have said goodbye to them. But the thing, according to our brother question, is the Nigeria itself, the declaration document, Tinubu have it.
He's on the table of Nigeria.
He have been told to take his men out of Nigeria. But the thing is, like Obatobe said, even Dr. Odaboze have said that after the declaration, it's even if it take us 5 years, even if it take us 10, even if it take us 20 years. But what is important is a day, if me and you, my brother, if we are still alive by God's grace, even, a day will come when these people got the international community, when that pronouncement will come, military equipment not. It's going to happen. But and the declaration now, they will be forced out of Biafra land. But now you can't do that. I can now make one one or two things. But the resources obodo no begi. Or the easy. All recognition got to have by just one recognition. According to the law, knows. Now, like Morocco recognize America first. Any member of UN, whether in Africa, anywhere that said, I support you, I recognize you, it's over. And this is happening very soon. Because this document now abala both EU, both UN documents are bagohara. So I ask my brother.
Let me give you another thing that we will understand. Do you also know that when do you know that my brother Ekene, that when America was declared their independence, after their declaration in 1776, check to the fight British up to 1783. Now, calculate from 1776 to 1783. Is it all years? In this fighting, in this odd years, British still remain in the territory of America we are seeing today. Until the 1783. What happened in 1783? When France finally give America weapon back up to pursue them, that is when the British exit from their country. That is when British exit from their country. So at a stage that we are into right now, the same is happening. Remember that when even Morocco recognizes America, America did not do anything because the capacity from the recognition from Morocco was not enough for them to chase away British. The Americans still remain. Britain still in their territory. So we are not the first people. What of Poland? You had a history here. Poland was declared their independence. You check Poland. Poland was in abroad after the exit from their territory when it was occupied by Soviet Union. Soviet Union take over the territory of Poland. Then Poland government and their people run into London. When they went to London, they formed government in exile. They re-declare Poland back again. After the re-declaration, country recognizes them. But do you know that they refused to go? After the 1939, then in 1958, Poland get recognition from the first country. They did not went back. They did not go back to Poland. They stay in London until 51 good years before Poland gets every recognition they want and the power to support to produce Soviet out of their territory. That is when Poland went back. Those in the Poland territory, some of them was voting, some of them was supporting government they see that time until the final pushover of 1990, when Poland has gained fully what they want and those that their allies support them, and they went back to their land and take over. And Soviet Union, after over long years of from 1939 to after 51 years, Poland becomes a country. Soviet Union carried their luggage and packed away. That is why hashtag Nigeria must go must continue. One day, very soon, it's not too long, Nigeria must carry their load, leave Biafran territory. It's very so. Let none of us, people will continue voting for those who want one Nigeria. But once we want to know that every year the population, the number of the voting in Nigeria is going down. Is it not true?
Yeah.
It's not what it is before. Soludo, out of the 4,000 votes he got, 1,000 over two, only 1,005 or 1,000 was the true result. The other one was manipulated because in the first 10 of Soludo, I was on ground. Those that voted give me expo. One of them said, "Do you know that inside the machine that they used to vote for Soludo, that some units they will vote 90. When they open the machine, you will see 50 votes. Where does it come from? Inside the machine. It's already been voted the number that they feel like they can be able to get and just do their amalgamation, do their propaganda. So there is we are here to let Biafrans to know that the road to achieve Biafra is in the open, and also that we have to undergo the process every other country pass. Namibia in Africa got their independence from South Africa. After Namibia declaration, 8 in March. Out of 8, 4 was very, very effective. 4 out of that group, 4. Like when you see Ogen, when you see IPOB, when you see any other group you can mention today that against USB they are declared, they are all there. When you see all these things that Chiamaka is doing today, they are all there in Namibia. Who are those people? People of Namibia rejected the declaration and to Namibia to be, and there was fracas, there was many groups. But what happened? The truth and the legal standing that when Namibia, the world want to recognize Namibia, they recognized SWAPO that declares Namibia as a country first. And they called them that. And you know what happened? They told every group, go and apologize to your government that you insulted. And when they come, Namibia give the punishment. Because that's why I said, I am here to prevent our people from crying Hadaino. And what I'm doing is that is why I give the message raw, the way it is. I don't dilute the message. The way I research it, the way it happened to another country is what I'm giving you, and the history is repeating. If every other countries that are on this program today, you heard about Poland, LITHUANIA, ESTONIA, Levante, TIMOR, LESTE, Myanmar, Kosovo was passed through redeclaration or declaration. What of we? And the world has made it openly that the only way you can achieve this to your country is only through peaceful redeclaration in this 21st century. Without redeclaration, in the 20th centuries, in the 19th centuries, 18, they call it what? Restoration through a military battlefield. But in 21st century, they call it what? Redeclaration through a peaceful movement that the world said, we don't want violence anymore. We don't want armed struggle. If you enter armed struggle, we will deny you. But let me give you an example. There's a country called Northern Cyprus. Northern Cyprus got out from Turkey. Till today, they have not recognized. Do you know why? Because they went into armed struggle. And because of that, that is why Turkey is the one blocking the UN to recognize Somaliland today. Because Turkey was looking at it that if we allow this...
No, not Somaliland and Cyprus.
No. I am giving an instance. What I said was that when Northern Cyprus now declares their own.
Yeah, I know I know that place. I live there now. I live in Turkey.
So, yeah. Now, Turkey is the one blocking Northern Cyprus. They are blocking Somaliland. You know why? They are blocking Somaliland because they don't want any country to give Northern Cyprus recognition. That is why they are blocking them. That's why they are blocking Somaliland. You see the policy of the world. So, but what happens is that why Northern Cyprus was being delayed was Northern Cyprus went into military conflict with in their own time. And
even the Kurds, the Kurdistan, the Kurds between Turkey and Syria, they are in the middle. Because of the even Donald Trump mentioned recently that they are not ready for independence because they have been fighting Turkey for years. I lived there. Yeah, they can't get independent because of that fighting they had with Turkey for years. You are right.
And that they are fighting entered 21st century. It entered 2001, 2002, 2012. That is why the world are denying them, say they are not ready. And up to today, they are still fighting underground. That is why nobody is recognizing Northern Cyprus because of what? The armed struggle. And the world has made it openly that we should stop armed struggle if you want Biafra as a country. People have done it. The shift.
And Greek Cyprus is recognized.
Yes. Because the Greek Cyprus refused into armed struggle. Greek Cyprus only need peaceful declaration.
Yes.
In their own case. And maintain through legal movement and diplomatic work. And today they are a country.
Yeah.
So the thing is in the open. It's only that our people, because of I was here before Ngozi Arabeze now. Why could I go to Ngozi Arabeze? Who is Ngozi Arabeze? It's not about Ngozi Arabeze. It's about the law. It's about the criteria. If you say there is no criteria and there is no law and there is no history, how do you become a human being from your family background? That is the history in all that is happening today. That is the history.
My brother, even some are here before Ojukwu says.
Yes. Yes,
some are here before Ojukwu.
My brother. My brother. Mazi.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
If you contribute, I like what I hear about the reality of USB. So if I like what I hear about, I have a like you medo ya because make person handle a disease from that in all me. Tomorrow, because if you are creating chaos in this USB, you are killing people. You have like this USB now. One day okay, the Google para. Oh, time go go. Ala no kwa na ku ego no anati. Mandela comment section, Mandela asa leg nyale ku. Abra won kwa ele nyi ego. Oh, ko dem mo ba ko de ku maka here. Because you got bam that le ga no na social media. Like come dey be gone while you know that what you are doing is wrong. You may expect more than government camera there better. Mother will you bring them back? No. You can't bring them back. So if we are able men, me, I'm approaching 60 years.
Yes, let's welcome Triple M. Good evening from here. Please have the mic. Network kick my brother out. So go on.
All right, thank you so much, my brother Ribefa TV. Onye nke m agatere gị udo dịrị gị. Hey, Tadio. Tadio, jisi ike n'ọrụ anyị na-agba aka gị udo dịrị gị nwanne mmadụ. Obiọma na-akpa m bụ na oge Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọ naanị ya na-eti mkpu so ọ wụsị naanị ya nọ n'ahịa. To the extent ya sị na I am tired of preaching. Ya wụrụ machete and the hoe ka I confront ndị iro anyị. But today, our DPM have said it on countless time. Be still, do not worry, our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. That which you seek, we've got it.
Yes, sir.
Also say the same to our PM. Thank you so much. One ekekwara n'ọrụ ekere ọrụ eke onye ọbụla nwere nke ọ na-arụ. Our brother Ribefa TV, thank you so much. Ịma ihe ọbụla na-eme in this life nwere oge ya. O nwere oge eji eme ihe niile a na-eme. You are welcome, my sister River Goddess. Ihe niile nwere oge ya. I greet my people at the comment section. Ekene mmadụ n'udo dịrị unu ka onye chiri ya zere. Asị enwere egwu ụmụchukwu kabịa mana gasị ebe Chineke nọ ihe niile kwere omume o kwere omume ebe dị adị anyị nọ ihe niile kwere omume o kwere omume n'ime USB ihe niile kwere omume o kwere omume n'ezie. Our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu has been touring all over the world, preaching. To the extent, Yaga na UN, Hannah say, go and start something. You are not doing anything. When they told him this particular statement, I'm an IPOB worldwide. Hand on a street 247. Our spirit has been working. 7,000 teeth. Yeah, say we are creating awareness to waken the spirit of people like you to know that we need to have Biafra after 12 years. Now, you know, sometimes when I look at what is happening, it looked as if our case is different. But no, our case is peculiar to other countries that have already gotten what we are seeking for today. Just that our people will fail to do research. We fail to check. After all, freedom fighting is not a crime. It's a right. It's our right. It's your right. But the question is this: what are we looking for? We are seeking for a freedom. We are fighting to reclaim our territorial integrity that was lost between 1987 to 1970. Then these people that call themselves career agitators, starting from Wazirike, because all those same people that was following Wazirike are the same people that joined our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. All the same people are. On a long run, take here now. I get you cut here, man. Care our PM or care our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. All 27 years today. 27 years. And out of that 27 years, we now take away, okay, 21, we now take away 5 years. 5 years we are our PMG, but now you bring it down. 20 years now, we all wasted 20 years. But he engaged so or which I wasted 20 years because that period gave birth to the people that came on board now to stood firm and get the freedom. We are fighting for freedom. And whom do we looking up to recognize us? International communities and the UN. And they have already gave us a handout. They have given us the rules and regulations.
A textbook and a handout.
8 years for we to go through that way. This so-called IPOB and the fallback on us also fighting for Ngorongwa, and they are looking up to UN, European Union, African Union to recognize them. Without doing what they ask you to do, what are you thinking? Can you nature? You give the template, you will do it on your own. Then are you the one to recognize yourself? Is it not when your teacher set exam for you, you write the exam, your teacher will mark you if you pass or not? Always your teacher says, and the bad. If it's tomato for you,
yes.
Tomato for your book. Because that shows that that means all the time they devoted in lecturing you was in vain. And you still see those people today. They are now fighting those that is doing the rightful thing. You see all these mediocres, they will always be fast to clip and rush anybody that speaks, any white person, any foreigner that speaks about Biafra. That person will be telling them on their face, telling them the problem we have, which Mike Arnold pointed out. But their mind, they don't even go to what they are there with. Yes, for them to bring this man, they will use to convince the people. But the man, how now they will go get how gamma the man now wohanala. How the man now wohanala. Because you need the man they could they are not doing it. In them get USB. I overheard during the time of court, our leader Mathematical Court. There was a time Benjamin Mbonapata. Emmanuel Kano na enye briefing na here metana court. Benjamin Naba during that period our PM is still with us. Why would Simon Ekpa go and create a government in exile? We don't need it. We don't want government in exile. Who asked him to create it? And people are still listening to those kind of useless people, non-entities. What you don't know, and you see someone doing it right, you say instead of that person will bring it, let it not come. Who told you that? Where did you get that kind of idea? Internet is widely open today as we speak. One day, sometimes there are things I always say. Some of our people, when you see them, they say they are confused. They don't know who to follow. Are you stupid? Why can't you go to internet, Google all these people, you know their name. IPOBDOS, you know their name, you know Masop, you know their name, you know Briggy, the defunct Briggy, you know their name, then you know USB. Why can't you go to Google handle for Manan the information? Because everything is in public. Our PM clear. Also, what will give us Biafra? What we use to get Biafra is in the public. What left for you is to go down and research for it. Guy made research. A guy made. Then you are here now. I can see some people when they come to comment section. They be talking rubbish. You take your time. You devoted your time, research, and post it in our platform. I do see those things, and I do confirm it. Then you still come on platform to teach it. Give us a coco. Oh, with time, he be on your platform, now comment rubbish. Why can't that person use that time? Gagana, may research, I can't tag it. Give them mic, they will disappear. No wonder we read the mass in this shoji. We in fact in this shoji that no wonder the white people make devil black. They will not appreciate their own. You see, the way things are today, and the way our DPM gave us what we are seeking for. DPM, I consider he is the last man standing that rescued us. She was the one that rescued us. But today, our people are still calling her all manner of names. But I had a background China fight against us on the ground. Now, I got to have Jojo. Jia can have chased a cloud. Whereas their own. They don't want that person. Shame on us. But my happiness is that it doesn't matter what they do. For the fact that finally we will declare, because that there is nothing that gives me joy than that particular step. Yes, it happens before the time. When they all we hear our people, we are I want anehi shina nondanda onondula. That is who we are. And they are even proud of it. Asking, the only thing you will do to save your leader that is under the captivity of the enemy is for you to be declared. Change the narrative, redeclared. That for the statue of your leader to be changed. Prisoner of conscience, no more any name, any useless name that they will tag on his head. But what did IPOB Nigeria did? IPOB Nigeria and DOS, they say let them go underground. Then after 5 years of underground, is now attacking the same man. What does that tell you? Do you need any prophet to come and prophesy to you that they have a hand in what happened to him? And you still see people supporting them. Now, what the result now is creating AI videos of ESN. AI, be posting it. They are working. AI, Eastern Security Network. That they are chasing again here. You know, AI that can do undoable. That is what they result into now. When you're Zobo. Our brother that asked questions, it is quite unfortunate that people in Biafra land, the way politicians carry themselves, they carry themselves in the zoo as Oga. When in the international community, politicians is your inguma, citizens, employees of the citizens. They are there to serve you. Why would they going about with security? You can't see them do that. They don't even live luxury. They don't live luxury. Kamhage live luxury. They live luxury. But in the zoo, who is living luxury? All your politicians. They are the people living luxury, keeping the masses on the dark, trying to make every law that they will make that is not on their favor is not going to work. But in the Western world, it doesn't work that way. You don't need a permission to see your this thing. You can go there. You will know all minus something. You can book appointment on your, and appointment will not cost you anything. You can see anybody you want to see by appointment. Kega, not the type of zoo. Before a game senator, one day, even if cannot take himself, the security guy, so that's it. They can do anything they do. They can do. You know, here Mike Another could say, whenever you mention Biafra, they will shut door. They are for the fake people, people like old Genkere and co, for them, because these people you are talking, these people that now he is referring to, one a guy make it, they all the criterions, during all the things in his guardian, they turn you off. Never. Or they possible. Then all Genkere that usually go there now, it is quite funny. When you hear them say they are going for recognition with a brigade, which recognition are they talking about? Which recognition are they talking about? These are the same people that say that the Biafra will be redeclared. That one didn't work. Okay, how many years now we are still waiting for them? After all, if during time of our PM, if at all that brigade is enough for we to get what we want, we would apply or move, take the step of redeclaration. The same thing IPOB did. Since our leader left IPOB for them, they grab it firmly, hold it. No leave, no transfer. Every day IPOB, no going forward. And you think the world will listen to you. They claim they have been writing letter. How many letters have you got in reply in reference of what you wrote to them? Mad people everywhere. At this point, let me yield and allow my sister River Goddess to come in. You're welcome, my darling sister. I yield.
River Goddess, good evening from here. Please go on. River Goddess, are you close to your mic? Good evening from here. Unmute your mic, River Goddess.
Triple M nwanne m ekele nge asị m nnọọ irikwuo nne nnọọ don't mention thank you ịkpa nnọọ aka na break ma ị ya akwụ ụgwọ ya well spoken. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear.
I greet everybody in the house. Triple M, I greet you. Maazị Oluchi Nwa God, may God continue to bless you, strengthen you, even all Noah, fathers of the nation and great mothers of the nation. Your passion, at times when I look at you, there is this kind of, I don't know how to say it, this kind of love. When I look at Mommy Stella, this kind of love, and the way the youthful ones that are supposed to be doing the right thing. At times, most of us were not doing the right thing. And Maazị Oluchi Nwa God, I appreciate you under thick and thin, under rain, under sunshine. You are there, even in the cabinet, bringing out vital information, strengthening and encouraging us. I use you as a point of contact, preamble, reaching other people that I don't know their name, but they are doing quite great job. I use you, Oluchi Nwa God, reaching out to them, telling them that my heart, my love is reaching out for them, all the cabinet members. All you are doing, we cannot pay you, but it's only God in heaven that will strengthen you, that you never get tired. I appreciate you guys in my own special way. Thank you. Maazị Chino, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming on board. Thank you for diverse wisdom. Thank you for knowledge. Thank you for understanding. You are there doing it. I know it is not you doing it, but the God of our land that called you, that is bringing out all this. And when you are hitting on it, you are hitting on it as a target, bringing it out the way it is. And it is sinking. Initially, all the Camiriana window put them more where you are pouring water on a dock back. But now, this message, it is now sinking. We are getting it. Thank you very much for your tenacity. I want to greet this our father here. How they call you? Called him Mazi Ekene.
Yes.
I appreciate you very much because everybody comes out in their own diverse ways. And when he came, the statement he made caught me. Mazi Ekene, the man on the screen, he said that this struggle is not for people in the diaspora. that this struggle, because the people in the diaspora is like, you guys are a little bit safe and okay. It is people that are down home that is the advantage of pushing of this struggle that benefit, and they are there kicking against it. That the people in the diaspora fighting is not for them, but who benefits of this most is the people down home. Meaning, when Mazekene was saying that, awakening the mind of people down home. Ewu na nyuma mele na aroya. No, they say ewu dina na. I don't know how they put that. Ewu dina na.
Ewu grown ala.
Thank you. So I now, like when he said this, it caught me. Unu bunde no no no. Una na bamba. Una na spy. Una na eswimi. Una na babake to ukwu. Unu na emegide onye. Unu na emegide onwe unu. He went ahead and said, no bụrụ na this thing anyị na-ele anya na unu ahapụ ya ya bịa na nzube na mmezube. Ọnụ nwa ga-eri ya nnụ bụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ. Maka onye nọ na mbala aya ha bịa kpụrụ mma gbebupie onu. Onye nọ na mbala aya abịa kpụrụ mma aya abịa gba ụlọ nke ebe obi na mbala ọkụ. But you people ndị nọ n'ụlọ, wake up. Unu bụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ, unu alarụzi n'ụla, wenyenụ touch unu enu. Embrace this good news. Open your hands, open your door and accept this good news. Unu na-asị ka akpụta egbe, ka akpụta mma, ka akpụta agide, that Dr. Ngozi Orabieze is not doing it well. And we are here telling you people that was in the then, in the beginning, not in the now. That now things the president obodo aha asịkwa not in the beginning, or Shimba not in the beginning. Or ejidekwa akwụkwọ na-asị ya president na in the beginning, or so in the beginning. These are the people who will come to rule us. Maazị Ekene nwere ife o kwuru. Gị nwa bụ onye na-eme nke ị na-eme, gị gbadokwa anya na ọ bụrụ ruo mgbe ikpeazụ esi n'ime ha gene na eme ahụ. That thing touch me. Anyị nọ na-eti mkpu ya. Gị nwa bụ onye na-akwa na-eme nke gba ya bucket, ime nke bịa na-akpọ mmadụ iyi, eme nke nọrọ na platform gị na-arụ jajajajaja, eruo nke na-ahụ onwe gị ka egbe. This is an elderly man. I appreciate you, sir. And you said it the way it is. And the question is, Oruze at the last time, you say you don't know what you are doing. There are consequences that awaits you people. We had a constitution. And this Dr. Ngozi Orabieze unu na-agba okwu, unu gba ya n'enu na agba ya n'ana. Great Amazon, our presence is there. Our constitution. Dr. Ngozi Orabieze now had a section yesterday, like what Mazi Ekene said and the question he asked. That's what brought me in. He said, I came in for questions. Yeah, this program is for people to come and ask me those things in Abagoju Nanya. I am here to take your questions. And all these miscreants could not come up. But any day Gibu Kelenna Patarana platform, any day Mazi Kai Chino or Mazi Exodus, we are on a program. Ndi efulefu, ndi obi akpọ, ndị abụla ọnụ site na mbido na unu aya enwe mgbagwu. Unu abịa na comment section na comment ife na-enweghị isi na ọdụ. Because na enyeli gị nwa ajai. Because you people that are coming to comment to discourage people, unu mecha you na ejejeje na lega azụ anya je na ego ọlụ n'ụlọ. And I've been saying it. When you kill with your mouth by what you say, even akwụkwọ nsọ kwulie, okwu si gị n'ọnụ pụta. Ọ bụrụ mgbe iji mma wee bịa gbupụ ọgbara. Enwere okwu ịgwalụ mmadụ ojekwa ụdọ. Enwere okwu ịgwalụ mmadụ ọ larụrụ ụla. Enwere okwu ịgwalụ mmadụ wee jebe n'ife dị aṅa. And they say, It's a lie. You have come short of that glory, that sin. Every day mother adikwashi nọrọ ka Madam Obegolu Madam Okunoka. You understand me? Nwanyị ezu ike. Every day Ngozi Olabeze, Ngozi Olabeze, Ngozi Olabeze, Ngozi Olabeze, Ngozi Olabeze Fulani, Ngozi Olabeze nka, Ngozi Olabeze. What has it gotten you? And you never sit down one day to ask yourself a question. I am a real nuisance. What are you dropping for your children? What are you dropping for their future? The people that paid you, ain't you tired? And Ngozi Olabeze has not even opened her mouth to reply. Don't you know that she has a God? Don't you know that she has Ifeya na Chieyuwebiwa? Then tomorrow, you will now tell us, Amara Mife men, like some IPOB are saying, we are being used up. Okay, I want to call IPOBians. I am an IPOB, but unu meziri odezi aka gasị na IPOB be another thing. I call on the DOS. I call on you, Metusela. I call on you, I call on you, Ejiro. I call on you, Soji, and all of you. What is happening now? You people are seeing that declaration of the United States of Biafra. Why can't you people now seeing the lights? My dear, we have seen the way. Let us come together on this. That is the real life. You people are waiting for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to stay 5 good years in castration. Then he comes back. Saying, Biafra win the war. Amodo, Katanka, Tanka, open machinery. Then you wait for Simon Ekpa to come out again and say, oh, water. No. We have passed that stage. And no yakachi no na ebe anua mo Chineke ba ona agụpụtala unu ndị solo ete na ya noze na amodoka ihe anyị noze na bụ diplomacy, knocking at the door, igodo mi igodo ki eji akpọpe key, people that matters. Oh ya be fine on now underground, massive underground war, because on the DOS maybe go underground. We are underground. Senite kwen nenu ana okwe hunu senite. But Dr. Ngozi Olabeze and her cabinet doing the right thing, and we are seeing the results. Now, Dr. Ngozi Olabeze now try to present herself concerning the Senate in Georgia. What is wrong in that? This is what throws light in what we are doing. And I said it here. Mangozo winiro, Mangozo winiho, Ngozi name bravo. At least you have announced to Biafra. Exactly. In the history of Georgia or whatsoever, it is written that a woman of Biafra land, the leader or the surrogate of Biafra land, vied for this post. It is written. And Mark Arnold, thank you very much for what you did. You know, I have to bring that in because this in if unu name unu media team on all easy. Okay, the ọkụkọ sị na ọ bụrụ na mamịrị dị nso na ya gara enyo mamịrị mana mamịrị adịrọ nso. You people will pull out your time, pull out your energy, pull out your resources, pull out everything. Like Otu Achi no now, on the screen, doing something. They not on more. They the corporate dishing it out. Yeah, the official. Barrister Nkiru, you came out to interview Arnold with a Odogo Osakpolo Vam egg breaker. Opota yiri shiago. Na chari anya chan. Nkiru, you that call yourself a barrister, why I'm saying it? You can't even present. You can't even when you're not on a screen, we cause one nuisance of yourself. You are not coordinated. Your dressing is zero. You can't even face the camera. You can't face the screen. In your house, and you call yourself a barrister. So you cannot even come out on a crowd and you want to lead. You want to be a leader. You can't. Nunu mere Arnold interview. Na screen nọ na-ene gị anya Nkiru gị nyụọ ọgbụ. Para aka Christian mother dọwa. Behaving like somebody nwụrụ gbana. Then nke eze na-agụ anọrọ ebe ahụ. Nwaanyị ezu ike. Mmesisia gị ife. Look at how can you lead? Because you want to be a leader. Mazi Chun, I just want to say thank you very much. You touched everywhere. Mike Arnold say, for you to achieve something, I put that one on us. Change your story. That's what he said.
That is what I'm doing. I'm changing the story to a mindset of those IPOB.
God bless you. That was what he said. He said you cannot be doing the same thing. Or Mark Arnold said that. You need to change your story. Your story has to be aright. When Nkiru Julia Ajuju about Congress or no Congress, as a white man, or say, or say, let me say it the way it is. Maze Kaisia Biko, cut that part. Onyo Obona, all the media team should put this in their archive. Because every day on comment section, our PM, our DPM, Ogenkere is doing something in Congress. Our DPM, Ogenkere is shaking hands. Our DPM is taking his picture with this. Mark Arnold, that when you say Biafra, from what I heard from the also from inside, that from the inside, with what this man is doing, Biafra, that the door will be closed.
Yes.
The door of with what he's doing in DC, hearing that, the door of Congress closes against you people. I didn't say it. It's a white man on our worship. Then what face can you people now come up and now say, nah, APM? And Mark Arnold said that you can be paid as lobbyist to answer what you want to answer. It's your money. So that picture he is taking, that AI he is doing, so, and after that, did he add anything or did he bring anything to the table? The answer is no. Check the record straight. That he came out, Makana. Now use his mouth and tell you that in Congress, do you know that they are calling me APM? Efunania, nothing is there. You show and Master Simon Ekpa said it. Master Simon Amaha, this thing that will come. I could remember saying, Onye ge betray, betray. He know that something is happening. But it's not going to be easy for you. And there was a time he called Peter Mba, and your agent you are using, sending in money. I don't know about it. There was a time a fund came. Simon said, send it back. So, and Master Simon said, I am not here to banter wars. I am not here to stay year to year. I have a limited time to work, and this time I will bring something on the table. And all this while that nobody heard about United States of Biafra, nothing. Simon said, if you want peace, you declare war. I will do what I'm going to do. The whole world will now start look. If I had him, I got no was a makani. And that was what he did. So, Master Simon, may God bless you wherever you are. You are a hero. Itachago kwajara anyeze. Master Namodekano, God will bless you. And you are gonna come out. Simon said that Master Namodekano is gonna come out in a miraculous way. So, Master Chino, I thank you very much. And I thank you, Mazi Ekene. I thank you, Triple M. There is a brother here, I don't know your name.
You get
are
a son.
highly
You get a son. You get a son.
Oh, Igede son, I thank you and I bless you. You are welcome. Asatina, I thank you very much. All of you, may God bless you. I rest my mic. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry, before you go, my sister River Goddess, when he could tell us, you know, there is something our PM said. So you see, once God appoints you for this work, you will say something that you will say, you won't even know when you say it, but when the repercussion will start coming up, you might not be there. People will be referencing you on that. Or PMC, when he appointed a 4-man committee that will appoint for the new executive after our declaration, he mentioned all of them, which our DPM is one of those people. He said, I won't be there when the quarrel will start.
Yes.
Also, I won't be. Our PM knew that this thing will happen.
Exactly.
He knew. So let nobody be confused on what is happening. Before I followed our DPM, when this thing happened, I sat back. As in I sat back and asked myself, how we went to Finland and redeclared. Some few individuals began talking rubbish, saying fall back. Then I asked, there is something Lasuba said. Lasuba said she was the one that coordinated the signature signing, but she never told her that it was our DPM that assigned her to coordinate that. Then the question is, after the coordination, whom did Lasuba handed over the document to? Our DPM. She also said it. She confirmed it.
But
That is
my brother, you know, when we said that some people are psychophants, and when we said that people that their brain has been messed up, people will not understand. And when we said that there are a whole lot of people who has mental ill health, like you understand me? Remember that Imana event amaka for Mazi Oluchi do you know that this lunatic now denied everything, but the videos and everything saying that you don't know is there? You understand me? So why I am saying this is that we have crossed the Rubicon, and let the heart of no man panic, because all these agents and all these altars that were set before us, God used it to propel us. God used it to move us to our greater height. If check back. So we are on the right track. Thank you.
Sure. For me to conclude on what I'm saying, you know, I now ask myself, now our DPM was in charge. She read the address of our PM. All the documents was under her control. Even the constitution, even the what is it called? Our document, our first document, which is which one? This one they are saying they are using. I've forgotten the name again. In my service, this is not by law. Our charter. Our charter. Her signature was also there. So I say, in that case, when we are under Bregi, Oginkere was just finance minister, and our DPM was the chief of staff, which definitely almost all the documents would be under her care and everything. I say, no, let nobody confuse me. I began to ask myself question. I saw it in the dream. The question I received in the dream, because it was a challenge to me. The question I received, all these things now I outlined. It looked as if someone was asking me in dream, who is in charge of this? I said our DPM. Who is in charge of this? This now was in my dream. I said it was our DPM. What about this? Our DPM. Then why are you confused? That was when I made up my mind. So, okay, no problem. I joined our DPM. So sometimes when I look at some people, when they say they are confused, they don't know whom to follow. That means you are not telling yourself the truth. You are not here for the freedom, because if you are here or for the freedom, if you have someone, if you lost someone during that war, my father is a veteran. He was a veteran, and he's still living till today. If I also lost people from my family in that war, so I don't need anybody to direct me or tell me what to do at this particular time. So those people that are still saying that they are confused, they have to look into themselves, check themselves very well, if at all they are Biafran. Thank you so much.
And so why they are, because 1 second before my Igede son comes in, because 1 minute, okay? Thank you very much. If there's something as in Uchenelu, there is something DPM said one time. Us in Nigeria, I am open for discussion, for negotiation. People don't know what it meant for Dr. Ngozo Arabeze to say that there is a place we have reached. But for you daft, you saboteurs, without uche, you people will misinterpret it. Unu si na Ngozi no agent of Nigeria. The same otu unu si wee kwuo na Simon Ekpa. Then Caterpillar, you opened your mouth. Onye ọbụla gekwa ntị. That Ngozi Arabeze aya akpa na Nigeria, nothing, iye eme nke a, iye eme nke ọzọ. How can Ngozi Arabeze be an agent of Tinubu? How can Ngozi be an agent of ndị Boko Haram? And unu si ya na ya etinye ọkpa, unu si ya that na ọha emete ye, ọ maka ndị apala akpa uche ha. And biko onye ọbụla na-ewere ihe a na-abịa play na platform, nwanyị ezu ike wepụtare to destroy herself. Caterpillar wee sịkwa, Caterpillar wee lọsị ha, unu gee ntị na Caterpillar si na Ngozi si ya with earlier to support ya jee na Abuja, ya jee gbaa Finland ọkụ, ya jeje mee nke a, ya jeje mee nke ọzọ, forgetting that in your platform you told us na Caterpillar na-eji shovel, na-eji ọgụ, na-eji mma, no na-egbu ọneni. The same you came out, start using evil propaganda. Then Caterpillar bụziara gị onye ọma. Then again na propagate bad news of Caterpillar against our own struggle. Asị m onye ọbụla dọ aka na ntị, unu mara onye unu na-eso. The Bible say, I know my sheep knows me. When they hear my voice, they will follow. For the voice of a stranger, I will never follow. For you people following the voice of a stranger, only people, they are very careful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Please, 1 minute. Igede son first. Hey, okay, Igede son, please take the mic. My brother, can you please 1 minute? Let Igede son speak.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Mommy River Goddess, may Chuko Kabiama bless you. Mazi Triple M, Mazi Kene. Honestly, you have been anointed and ordained for these days. That is why there is nothing that will seems difficult for you. In the course of the path, Okike have mandated you to follow. Naturally, He has blessed you with a natural wisdom and a discernment spirit, and a wealth of wisdom have saturated you all over. And that mental toughness has been possessed in you, that you know what you want. And when you go for it, if you have not gotten it, you will make sure you continue to pursue it until you get that which you desire. Consistency is the key, and you are indeed possessed with the spirit of consistency. That is why you are doing what you are doing, standing on the right path. The point you are hitting, you have never deviated from it, and I give you kudos. Mokike continue to bless you with wisdom. Mokike continue to bless you with wisdom. And I want to say, Muonwe bụ ezi Chineke, egwu ọbụla tụla gị nwa m. Muonwe bụ ezi Chineke mo, egwu ọbụla tụla gị. Agaghị m egosi onwe m n'elu ụwa, abụ m ọkụ na-erere. Agaghị m egosi onwe m n'elu ụwa, abụ m ọkụ na-erere. Ọkụ na-erere, ọkụ na-erere m, ihe abụla m. Ọkụ na-erere, ọkụ na-erere m, ihe abụla m. Agaghị m egosi onwe m n'elu ụwa, ebe ọ bụla kpọrọ m. Agaghị m egosi onwe m n'elu ụwa, abụkwanụ m ọkụ na-erere. Ewo, ọkụ na-erere m, ọkụ na-erere m. Egwu ọbụla tụla gị Biafra, ọkụ na-erere, ọkụ na-erere m. Egwu ọbụla tụla. One thing I have to say this afternoon is this. Greeting to you from the land of Igede land. The point I really want to make clear is this. The best way to learn is the experience, the mistakes of others. That is one of the best way to learn faster. When another make a mistake and you find out that that individual has made a mistake, and that same part that individual follow and then have a problem, as a wise person, you will realize that someone has followed this path and made a mistake, and this was the consequences of following that particular way. For that reason, I have learned now. What do? You draw back and make inquiry. Where will I follow that will make me not to end like the other individual that follow that road and have a problem? And our people, some of our people today, they have been designed to hear, and those that were supposed to hear, let it not be a new thing to you. Because whatever happened have been designed from the accent, have been designed from the beginning that is going to happen. And anything that happen, whether good or bad, is going to be in the favor of the USB government. That is one thing that people don't know. So by the grace of Elohim, iron must swim again. By the grace of Okika Abiyama, things have changed and changed for good the moment the USB was redeclared on 29th of November 2024. A lot of people have become
network. Bongo network. My brother, can go on if he enters and you allow him to talk. So go on. Unmute. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Unmute. Now you're coming out. Yes, go on. Yes,
now,
loud and clear.
okay.
This
Thank
is
you.
our sister.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Igleson, go on. Go on, Igleson.
Okay. Okay, so like I said earlier, so our people, the manner and the way which they are doing things, some of them have been design and choose the path to end to use their hand and destroy themselves. That is exactly what is happening today. Many people did not know that the price had been paid. Remember, there we are talking about the key that will unlock the Biafra. Many people don't know, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been searching for the key that will unlock Biafra. The point is that what people did not know, what is that exact key that was searching, Onyendo was looking for? In case people don't enable him to have an alliance with this other state, that other country, that we seek favor or seek kind of alliance with them, that we seek for their support. That was the key. Without that key, like Mazichu so say, without it as an organization, you don't have any right to have anything to align together with a nation. And agitators don't have anything right to have to seek for support from any state or any nation. But the only thing that gives you the right and a country that is peacefully redeclared peacefully, and then follow the due process that is being guided by the international law. These are the people that qualify to seek for support of a nation. So I think that Onion have been looking for was what that will unlock Biafra. It is the USB that you are seeing today that have been declared with the document authentic, that any office of the nation that they enter, the moment they present those things with evidence, they will gladly accept them. And then they will ask them, what are you looking for and how do you want us to come in? The document will speak of itself. And that is when they will give them a listening ear. So the key Donyandu have been looking for, any day, anytime he comes out, that key have been found, which is the USB with the document of redeclaration, peaceful redeclaration on 29th of November 2024. Some of us will not go school, but we use our tongue to count our C's. We use our little brain to think and reason properly. That is why we are here. And remember, some of our people are waiting for Onyendu to come out and start afresh. They are wasting their time. Some of our people are waiting for Mazi Simon Ekpa to come out and start afresh. They are wasting their time. There is none of them. Any of them that comes out today, they are not going to start afresh. They are like the Master Jesus that hand over a particular portion of a business to different servants and ask them, I am leaving, I am going out. Handle this business, this portion of business, you take this one, you take the other one. Share it to them among the servants. Then, as they were doing it, he said, Master, he was waiting. What was the expectation of the master? The master is coming back, then to cross-check all the people that he has given the portion of business to do what? To trade with. It now his duty to come and say, okay, I gave you this portion of business to do. Now, I want to cross-check. Let me know if actually you make a profit or you lose. One of them that was giving said because that he was afraid, because of fear, he could not carry out the business that was given to him. Everything remained like that. Some of them went and carried their own and buried. The wise one was threatening, and in the process of doing the business, he added ×2 of the what they was given to him. So that is exactly what we are in. When our masters come out, they are going to cross-check. They are going to know who is who. They are going to know those that are really truly following him. They are going to discover those that are really understand what they represent. So that is where I stand. And I want to tell Biafran today, the scripture says in the book of John chapter 3 from verse 1 to 3, he said, let not your heart be troubled. He said, ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my father's house there are many mansions. And if it were not so, I would have told you that I am going to prepare a place for you. So my good people, fear thou not for that which Onyendo and PM Simon Ekpa seek for. They have already got it. There is nothing to panic. The key that I've been looking for have been found. The documents have been generated. That document is the key, and is in the right hand on the right person, which is the USB government, deputized by Dr. Ngozo Arabeze and her cabinet. May Okike Abiyama Bahume, may Okike Abiyama energize them, may Okike Abiyama strengthening them, including those of you, the independent media who have been doing the great and marvelous work. How I wish I have my leg to walk. It pains me so much, and I cannot walk on my own. I could have carried this message going from one place to another. Sensitize people, educate them according to the level on how I know it. But thank you so much, Mazi, for what you are doing. Your voice is going viral. What you are doing for Biafra is going viral. It's sinking. There are secret listeners and important people. They are hearing what you are saying. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Igede son. Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful one. And all the Biafras on the building, I greet and I thank all of you who still stand up to this hour with me. Because today I have that is why I'm being so long on hour. So let's go back to Mazi Ekene. Please have unmute and have the mic. Unmute. Unmute your mic, Mazi Ekene.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go on.
Yeah, but I'll make a river goddess, number one. I want to go last into contribute something there. But then I expect I want to. I want to can you have one question. How about also batting? So batting Bobo, give me, I give you, last person will win. No be so?
Now so.
Fine and good. Then somebody who about defense, like ball, all about off.
No.
Martino.
Says again.
About a penalty, Abi.
Yes, now about a penalty.
Eh?
About a penalty, Ozubo.
About a card, Abi.
Yes.
So I am about a penalty, but the word like what here anyone. Penalty. So that is there for now. All system get the goal. I put the cup laba. So cup like shine. So if I'm not covered with again. But then that's what you go 2007.
Mazi, 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Please,
okay.
Good baby, please look at the link.
Okay.
Good baby, I want to give you the link. Please just use the link, come inside and ask that question, please. Don't stay on the comment section. I will answer you, no insult. That is my link. Good baby, please use this link, come inside, please. Yeah, go on. Mazi, now go on.
And the one our about yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go on.
One more thing, our pastor last man, our pastor.
Okay.
So if I'm not go bro, like Mazu go to
hey, network has kicked him out after all this time he was waiting. Yes, Mazi Gede son, he was saying that now going homeland better or here our brother Neku. Then it's not forgettable. Good baby, please, if you have good baby, bro, please have the mic, come inside. If you don't come in, don't put your video, Just have the mic, come inside. If you don't come inside the count of 5, I will knock out of this page because I don't know where you stand and your own achievement. You could have first tell me this is your achievement. Then I will tell you this is what the rest has achieved. But meanwhile, as I'm waiting for you to tell you something, there is something I'm going to give out to you. So then you will tell us, where do you stand? I don't know even, where do you stand, please? Where do you stand at this time? I want to know, where do you stand? And I have give you the link. Use the link and come inside. That's what I said. Use the link, come inside the program. If you have anything to tell me, anything you want us to discuss. But if you don't come inside, the time is counting. If you don't come inside, my own is to ban you. Right? Because that is how I do. Don't waste time here. Come, use the link and come inside. Our people have started with time of Wazirike. I will not answer you until you use the link and come inside. I will not answer. Say a word. I want you to use the link. Come inside the program. Link is there. Everybody is coming and going. So please, your time now. Now you're asking questions. I want you to come inside.
Can I continue?
Yes, continue. Your time remains 1 minute. Your time remains 1 minute to come inside.
Now, Umazu go 247 is an elderly man. And before now, I will respect Ebono, highly respect. You understand? But already for the help on Jordan the attitude. Template or what? Template of it decrease. Template of what you make it die. Because I don't care. I am for Jordan Muda to help template like Orion. Can't care, Madame Lemerani. Template.
You can't just tell me, just answer my question. Who are you? What name is Good Baby? Bro, what name is that? I want to hear the person who's asking me a question. If you are not a cartoon or not a toy, use the link, come inside. And I'm still giving you benefit of doubt.
Recognition. Peaceful declaration. Is template. What is the full?
The template of the international community is not template of you. Ngozi Rabeze is working on template of the international community. Now network is battling with our brother. Okay, this Ogonna, yeah. Okay, the time I give you is over. Let me just pity you small and put you on timeout for today. Yes, Ogonaya, you can have the mic. Network is very poor. Ogonna, network knock you out again, and yes, Mazi, can go on?
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. God bless you, my brother. Now, that man is a man that is well respected. That's why people are waiting for him to tell us what is template. But he repeats to say that. I said something now, and I want to repeat it again. Jesus knows that they will betray him by Judas. Like our Samaneba knows that they will betray him. But also, after I don't second, I won't care when I come. Africa don't now. I'm Africa didn't there. Help by hanging by themselves. Because
like
they know
against Nelson Mandela. There were over 59 men hangry on her, and over 1,000 run away from South Africa till today. They never come back.
Fine and good. Because That particular man is an elderly man like me. I believe he has brain and he knows what he's doing. Master Rosette, but I see because template. Madam Metia, he will resign. He refused to come up. He refused the challenge. Practically, all my followers, so Ozzy Abu lazy for the followers in the Lesian. Oh, one day I comment earlier. Oh, Dan, come on, their plan, their agenda, or and fake Helen, Corey, Helen Kalenia, which I don't understand.
Let me just or the call the bed of the same feather must flock to. So just that is the way I put the kind of people in my program. What we are doing here is to prove to the world or to prove to you what it means. And if you are still doubting USB, you are declared. Go and do your own. People that doubted the woman that declares Namibia as a country, when the men doubted it, they went ahead to go and declare. They did not succeed. Rather, it is only that women succeed. The template is what we are following, and that is what we are telling IPOB. There is no need to claiming IPOB. There is no need to claiming you are from a camp. All these things does not exist. I don't think community. Only one thing exists: peaceful declaration in this 21st century. From the 20th century to this 21st, the history of Poland is what USB is repeating. The history of Lithuania is what we are repeating here. The history of ESTONIA is what we are repeating. The history of TIMOR, LESTE, Miami, and Kosovo, that is what we are repeating. And through the process, they have achieved their country. It is the process we are going through, no other way to achieve a new country. It is only this way, and that is the template. If you are working against this template, international community said that we will come against you, and we will never talk about it. That is why up to today, Northern Cyprus has never been recognized. When a country is recognized, what you will know is that you will see their flag in their name. But if you check off Northern Cyprus today, their flag is not with them because of what? They are not fully organized by the international global powers and international global community guideline. It's not for them. That is why you can't see Northern Cyprus flag. Kosovo 2008 has been organized because of what? They work on issue a peaceful declaration, and they believe that the world said we have shifted from armed struggle into a peaceful declaration. And after the peaceful declaration, you must go under the process of submitting your document and proving who you are. That is where we are. One, the word says that a peaceful declaration changes a name of a group from being a rebel, being charged terrorist, treason, and all this. Our DPM has removed us in the eyes of all the except Nigeria and those who are working for Nigeria and those who are like Ogen Chiamaka Ajere. They are the one and the IPOB that refuses that that the name United States of Biafra was re-declared November 29 is the only way to remove us from terrorist, incitement, treason, felony, incitement. That is what we must accept at this stage, that our US government has done it for us, and we must continue. If you refuse to shift, I want to listen to this. What is the difference between a time of protest, between a time of a group forming government in exile that make a peaceful re-declaration in this 21st century? Let us see, because we are still on to educate, let IPOB know what they are doing. The time of protest and the time of a government in exile that issue or make a peaceful declaration. Please, let us take our time, calm down, listen to this, and that is where we are going this evening. We are still here.
The shift from street-level protest to the formation of a government in exile, GIE, especially one that issues a peaceful redeclaration, represents a transition from demanding reform to asserting sovereign authority. In the 21st century, this move is often a calculated legal and diplomatic strategy. The primary differences lie in the group's legal standing, institutional goals, and their relationship with international law. 1. Legal intent, reform versus statehood, protests. These are generally aimed at the current occupying or governing power. The goal is usually internal change, better civil rights, a change in leadership or policy shifts. The group still operates under the legal framework of the state they are protesting against. Government in exile and redeclaration. A redeclaration of independence or restoration signifies that the group no longer recognizes the existing state's authority. By invoking principles like the 1933 Montevideo Convention, they aim to establish themselves as a legal entity capable of entering into relations with other states. 2. Institutional framework. Protest movements, often horizontal and decentralized. They rely on social media, grassroots organizing, and public demonstrations to create pressure. Governments in exile. These are structured, vertical administrations. To be taken seriously in the 21st century, they often establish administrative identity, issuing IDs or travel documents. Ministries, establishing shadow departments for finance, foreign affairs, and justice. Judicial records, maintaining a legal paper trail to prove they can govern. 3. Diplomatic strategy, the Kosovo precedent. In the 21st century, the distinction is heavily influenced by international legal rulings, such as the 2010 ICJ advisory opinion on Kosovo. Protests seek the world's attention, human rights focus. Redeclarations seek the world's recognition, statehood focus. A peaceful redeclaration is often a strategic choice to align with international law, signaling that the movement is not a militant insurgency, but a political body seeking remedial secession, or the restoration of a prior status through peaceful administrative means. 4. Summary comparison. Feature, protest phase, government in exile, redeclaration. Primary goal, pressure the current regime, replace the regime's authority. Legal basis, right to assembly/expression, right to self-determination/Montevideo criteria. Output, demonstrations, strikes, hashtags, declarations, charters, diplomatic missions. Audience, the public and the current government, the UN, the ICJ, and foreign governments. Violence versus peace, can be volatile or spontaneous, often strictly peaceful to gain moral high ground. Key distinction, a protest asks for a seat at the table. A government in exile builds its own table and invites the world to sit at it.
There is why we are doing what we are doing for you that even believe in USB to know that you must have a fully 100% mindset that is this only way out in this 21st century. There is no other way around. The shift from a protest is what? The shift from street level protests to the function of government in exile. These are the criteria of 21st century. This criteria is not being given by IPOB. This criteria is not being given by Ngozi Arabeze. This criteria is not being given by Mazen Nandekano, either Simon Eber. But these are criteria that countries like Poland, countries like in Africa, Namibia, countries like Bangladesh, countries like Algeria in Africa, countries like Lithuania, countries like Eritrea in Africa. This is the process they undergo and they become a country. Then in the 21st century, Timor-Leste or East Timor, what of Myanmar, what of Kosovo? These are those who have accepted this shift. You must shift from what? From level of being a protest group. Look at a street level protest group. For 27 years, IPOB is on the street doing protests. For 27 years, IPOB is on the street doing what? Doing only protests is why they are on the street for 27 good years. And the word is telling you that you have to shift from this protest, this street protest group, to do what? Into a functioning, they said what? Into a functioning government in exile. Especially when you form government in exile, the one that issue a peaceful redeclaration. Our own case is redeclared. Our own case is not just declared. And what is the redeclared in terms of the community? They said it's a continuity to prove that the old country never died. That is why you have to re-declare it in 21st century. Then, in the 2018, 19, 16 centuries, I mean, in the time of the colonial masters, you have to restore. They use what? The word that you have to restore the old country back. The restoring old country simply means that the continuity that this country has been existing. That is why you said we are restoring it. That is why we got into armed conflict with these people in the 20th centuries or in the 18th centuries, that you must go on the battlefield. But this time around, they say that the game has moved away from the battlefield to a courtroom, to diplomatic room, to building embassies and allies. They're working for legal aspect of it to achieve the new country, for recognition for that old country to be recognized again. When you lost that country, it has been lost. And because of you have fought for Biafra in the 1997 that Ojukwu declared, and you said the only way you can achieve it now is that we have to go out there and protest. The protest is just an grievances. You hear it here. Protest is under internal matter of one Nigeria, not under the old country. For it to be under the old country, then you got to do what? Form a government. Like example, Poland, that we are declared. Like Lithuania, they form a government in exile. Like ESTONIA, they declared it. What of Timor-Leste? What of MYANMAR? What of Kosovo? These are the countries that they have passed. I'm just getting few of them. I've also tell you about country called Philippines. They have their own, they are declared through a woman also. So without this real declaration of an old country, you are just what? A street protest. They say call it what? Organization with a street protest can never get attention of the international community to recognize you as a country. But a government in exile with a peaceful declaration, of the old country, get attention of the international community. The UN like to work with this government in exile, that they are proving stability through a government in exile. The government in exile, after peaceful declaration, we not go back and start attacking Woto. That the only option they have is to go into diplomatic and legal aspect of it in this 21st century. When the world is telling you where to go, and the criteria is out there, how we can achieve Biafra as a country. And those that you are calling, UIPOB, go to White House. The day McAnod was presenting Congress, the congressional briefing hearing, you was there, taking hand with McAnod. You was there as what? As an organization, not as a country in waiting. And the McAnod told you, or many of you know, be on a platform, that you must change your strategy. That you cannot be doing one thing for 27 years and you're expecting anything out, another different thing. No. It's like when you have Odara in your house, there is no how Odara will fall and you turn to mango tree. It's not possible. So for you to continuously protesting on the street is proving what? That you are not ready for being a country. That you are only asking for Nigeria to treat you right. Respecting a transition from demanding reform to accepting as a sovereign authority. You are asking to reform Nigeria under the protest. But the government in exile with a peaceful declaration is what? Is standing as sovereignty authority. You are a sovereignty authority of your own after your peaceful declaration. In this 21st century, This move is often called legal and diplomatic strategy. Why protest has no legal strategy? Why protest has no legal backup? But a peaceful declaration, the word said is this move is often legal and diplomatic strategy. That is how the world see it. This primary difference lies in the group legal standing. What is the legal standing of IPOB, protest, agitation group, and all these organ group and all of them? Institution and goals and the relationship with international community for a peaceful re-declaration from government in exile. Legal intent, reform versus stakehold. What is reform? Protest. These are generally armed and the current occupying or governing power. Protest, you are just an evidence or you are from the occupying power and you are calling from the occupying power for them to reform or change the narrative of how they are treating you when you are on the protest on the organization. If you are doubting, do you ever listen to man and he had it from us and kind of said, a time will come when we form government in exile and you are following him because of what? The money you are making or the relevant you become because of talking about Biafra, or that Biafra has given you a platform, or you have learned how to talk because of Biafra. And today, where are you? This goal is usually internal change. The goal of protest is what? Internal change of Nigeria to change to be a better country. And IPOB will surrender and like the way they are with Nigerian government. The goal of a Protestant group is usually internal change, better civil rights. Internal change, better civil rights. A change in leadership or policy shift. The way Nigeria is what we approach legislation for 27 years. That is how the international laws, those you are sending documents are looking to. That is why when you mention Biafra, they will walk away because of the protest group. The international bodies, when you mention Biafra, they walk away because you don't have a document. Because of what? You are only doing a protest. So how do you want them to talk about you? Why do you know that what you are asking for is what belongs to Nigeria to do what? To treat you right or to change your leadership or the policy of Nigeria. That is how the international community view protest group. The group still operating under the legal framework of the state they are protesting against. Oh, that you and your protest, you are doing what? Under the framework of Nigeria state is that you are protesting against, not against that you want to have Biafra as a country. That is why when you that your protests come into any office or any international body, they walk away and close the door because there is nothing to talk about. What we're asking for is what is inside Nigeria, to change Nigeria's constitution, to change Nigeria to be a better country for you. That is what the protests stand for. That is how the UN, EU, White House, and anywhere you walk into, that is how they see what we are doing. Now, government in exile and the peaceful re-declaration. Now listen, a re-declaration of independence or restoration signify that the group is no longer recognized the existing state authority. But with a protest group, you recognize the existing authority. You are calling to the world to tell Nigeria to change their constitution, change the way of the leadership and the way of the military is acting on their police. That is all we are doing. Through a protest group on the streets. A re-declaration of independence or restoration signifies that the group is no longer recognized the existing state authority. our peaceful declaration is only how we prove that we did not recognize Nigeria authority anymore. By invoking principles like the 1933 Montevideo Convention, this aim to establish themselves as a legal entity capable of entering into relation with other states. Are you hearing it? Capable to enter and sign treaties and make relationship with other states, not with a group of people. Without this peaceful declaration, when it's come to the Montevideo Convention, the peaceful declaration is also establishing themselves as a legal entity capable of entering into relation with other states. You must act as a country. You must prove that you are a country. You must answer the name of a country. Institutional framework number 2. Protest movement often see as a protest individuals. They rely on social media. They rely what? On social media. Grassroots organization and the public demonstrating to create pressure. For how many years did the IPOB want to create pressure? And the pressure you are creating, how are the world seeing it? You are pressuring the world to go and tell Nigeria, change your constitution, change your leadership, change the order of Nigeria to the indigenous people, so everything will be okay. That is how the world will see your protest and the document you are submitting. That is why when you come, the world will close the door and walk away from you and stand up and walk out. Because we are not doing anything that leads to them to dive into your matter or to discuss about you. Remember that organization with only protests are what? Demonstrating to create a pressure on social media. That is it. Government in exile. These are structure. IPOB structure, command and control. There is nothing like command and control in IPOB structure. That is not structure. It's a protest group street movement. The world will see as a structure is government in exile. These are structured government in exile. Administration to be taken serious in 21st century, often establishing by peaceful declaration. This is how the world look at all the things that you and your protest, and look at how the world will see USB are declared through a government in exile. Administrative identity, issue ID card or traveling document while waiting for recognition. That is what USB is doing. That is the achievement. These are what the world wants us to be doing. And I am very happy that USB is doing it peacefully. That USB understand what it means to have Biafra as a country. And following the due process of the international global community without wasting any time. When you look at what we are doing and look at the address and the things that is happening this time around, that is why you must support USB were declared. Those that are inviting people to their platform, the work they are doing, the people world is against what we are telling you, that we are doing nothing. Establishing ministers, shadow department for foreign affairs and justice, which is USB has. These are criteria for you to become a nation. We have financial minister, we have foreign affairs minister, we have the Department of Justice, and all this. This is what the world is calling on us. This is how we can achieve Biafra as a country. This is how Biafra become on our own, not by protest. Judiciary record, maintaining a legal paper trial to prove they can govern. That is why you have USB controlling Amazon. Go and take your own and read. Number 3, diplomatic strategy. The Kosovo example. They use Kosovo as an example in this 21st century. they use what? Kosovo as the example of anyone who want to achieve a new country. That we have to go through this line that Kosovo is moving to achieve their own country. In the 21st century, the distinction is heavily influenced by international rules, such as the 2010 ICJ Advocates of Opinion of Kosovo. Protests seek the world attention, human rights focused. Protests seek the world attention only on the human rights. That is what there is protests to do. Redeclaration seek the world recognition. Redeclaration of Biafra, of USB, seeking the world recognition stakehold, focus on it. A peaceful redeclaration is often strategic choice to align with the international law. Similarly, that the movement is not a military insurance. Are you hearing it? People are there, people in Biafra land, like the Okok who come here. But a political body seeking for remedial succession or the restoration of a proved status through a peaceful administrative means that the international community will recognize you as a country. Number 4, the summary and the comparison. Protest, future, protest group, government in exile with redeclaration. Now listen to this. Primary goal, pressure the current regime. You are pressuring Nigeria, not as Biafra as a country, for protest group. The government in exile, replacing the regime's authority through a peaceful declaration. You are replacing the regime authority. We have replaced Nigeria authority in Biafra movement. We have done what? We have proven to the Nigeria that their law is not for us anymore. Once we are doing our peaceful prayer declaration, please, if you please your mind, hit the like button if you wish to do that. If you never do so, please hit the like button. Protest group, how the world see them. Legal base, right to assembly, express, make do expression or how you feel. Government in exile, right to self-determination, Montevideo Convention to prove that you are a state. Output, demonstrating strike. You are demonstrating what? A strike against Nigeria. Government in exile, declaration, charter, diplomatic missions, and constitution, where you are demonstrating that you want a strike, you want peaceful disobedience from Nigerian government without a peaceful declaration, is just proving attention that we are looking for from the international global community. You are seeking for what? Audience, the public and the current government. You are calling for Nigeria for them to give you audience to listen to you and what you are doing. The UN, for the government in exile, they are calling for UN, the ICJ, and the foreign government to recognize a new country. Are you hearing it? Violence and peace can be violated or sponsored and stop what they are doing. Government in exile, often strictly peaceful to gain moral higher ground of recognition. Key distinction, a protest asks for a seat at table. Government in exile build its own table and invite the world to sit at it. Are you hearing it? So when are you going to stop this your madness? Listen to this fully.
The shift from street-level protest to the formation of a government in exile, GIE, especially one that issues a peaceful redeclaration, represents a transition from demanding reform to asserting sovereign authority. In the 21st century, this move is often a calculated legal and diplomatic strategy. The primary differences lie in the group's legal standing, institutional goals, and their relationship with international law. 1. Legal intent, reform versus statehood, protests. These are generally aimed at the current occupying or governing power. The goal is usually internal change, better civil rights, a change in leadership or policy shifts. The group still operates under the legal framework of the state they are protesting against. Government in exile and redeclaration. A redeclaration of independence or restoration signifies that the group no longer recognizes the existing state's authority. By invoking principles like the 1933 Montevideo Convention, they aim to establish themselves as a legal entity capable of entering into relations with other states. 2. Institutional framework. Protest movements, often horizontal and decentralized. They rely on social media, grassroots organizing, and public demonstrations to create pressure. Governments in exile. These are structured, vertical administrations. To be taken seriously in the 21st century, they often establish administrative identity, issuing IDs or travel documents. Ministries, establishing shadow departments for finance, foreign affairs, and justice. Judicial records, maintaining a legal paper trail to prove they can govern. 3. Diplomatic strategy, the Kosovo precedent. In the 21st century, the distinction is heavily influenced by international legal rulings, such as the 2010 ICJ advisory opinion on Kosovo. Protests seek the world's attention, human rights focus. Redeclarations seek the world's recognition, statehood focus. A peaceful redeclaration is often a strategic choice to align with international law, signaling that the movement is not a militant insurgency, but a political body seeking remedial secession, or the restoration of a prior status through peaceful administrative means. 4. Summary comparison. Feature, protest phase, government in exile, redeclaration. Primary goal, pressure the current regime, replace the regime's authority. Legal basis, right to assembly/expression, right to self-determination/Montevideo criteria. Output, demonstrations, strikes, hashtags, declarations, charters, diplomatic missions. Audience, the public and the current government, the UN, the ICJ, and foreign governments. Violence versus peace, can be volatile or spontaneous, often strictly peaceful to gain moral high ground. Key distinction, a protest asks for a seat at the table. A government in exile builds its own table and invites the world to sit at it.
I hope you heard it clearly. How the government in exile invites people to come. Let us talk that we are a country through sending declaration documents. Now, I want to take you back to our program back today to give you the food program the way it is before we close it for today. Why only USB we are declared is only way. Divine, I see you. Ben Ken, I see you. Thanks so much for coming. How the world see what we are doing? Because you are calling on them. IPOB, you are calling on the world to come and answer you. And you are doing your protests without thinking, how can Biafra become a country? How did other peoples like Poland got their own? I want to give you an example of those that have achieved their country with who, that when you lost a country, that you must redeclare that country. And if people have redeclared their own and got their own, what is holding you since all this while to redeclare your own? What is holding you? Why can't you follow the line as others followed? And then you have power to question the world and ask them, why you don't want us to be a country? Why are you denying us? Some people, their land was occupied for 51 years. Some was for 24 years. And what happened? They issue what? A peaceful declaration. Through that issuing a peaceful declaration, they become a country. Then, when are you going to follow the road that others follow to travel? When you are travel, because of your name is IPOB, did you build another road that used to travel? It's not on the same existing road that other peoples has used to travel. It's the road you pass through. Why can't you understand there's what is called transition and how this transition works? Listen to this fully. My question was, when it's come to having a new country or getting a lost country back, what is the meaning of transition and why transition is very important to achieve the new country, the old country back? Listen.
In the context of statehood, whether restoring a lost country or establishing a new one, transition refers to the deliberate process of shifting authority from an occupying or existing power to a new sovereign administration. It is the bridge between being a movement and being a functioning state. Without a structured transition, a declaration of independence is often just words. With it, that declaration becomes a reality. 1. What does transition mean in statehood? Transition is the operational phase, where the legal claim of sovereignty is backed up by physical and administrative systems. It usually involves 3 specific types of movement. Legal transition, moving from the laws of the old regime to the laws of the new administration, writing a constitution, establishing courts. Administrative transition, taking over civil services, such as healthcare, education, and identity management, issuing passports or ID cards. Security transition, shifting from a resistance or protest model to a formal policing and defense model that maintains order peacefully. 2. Why is transition so important? Transition is the difference between a successful state and a failed state. Here is why it is considered the most critical phase. It establishes effective control. International law and the Montevideo Convention looks for effective control. If a group declares a country but has no plan to collect trash, run hospitals, or manage a currency, the world will not recognize them. Transition proves to the UN and neighboring countries that you are ready to lead on day one. B. It prevents a power vacuum. When an old government leaves or a new one is declared, there is often a vacuum where there is no law. Without transition, this leads to chaos, looting, or civil war. With transition, a government in exile or a provisional government has teams ready to step in immediately to keep the lights on and the water running. C. It builds international trust. Foreign investors and other governments are afraid of instability. A clear, peaceful transition plan shows that the new country will 1. Respect existing treaties and international obligations. 2. Protect the rights of all citizens, including minorities. 3. Provide a stable environment for trade and diplomacy. D. It legitimizes the peaceful redeclaration. If a group makes a peaceful redeclaration, the transition plan is their proof of sincerity. It shows the world that the group isn't interested in a violent takeover, but in a professional handover. This makes it much easier for the International Court of Justice or foreign parliaments to support the cause. 3. The Exile to Governance Roadmap. In the 21st century, the transition often starts before the group even has the land back. This is known as pre-transition. 1. Preparation in exile, drafting the constitution, training civil servants, and creating an administrative database of citizens. 2. The declaration, formally announcing the intent to restore or create the state. 3. The interim phase, working with international bodies like the UN to manage a peaceful handoff of power. 4. Full sovereignty. The government moves from exile to the territory and assumes total control. Summary. Transition is important because sovereignty is not just a right, it is a responsibility. A country that cannot manage its transition usually loses its independence shortly after gaining it. A peaceful, structured transition is the insurance policy for a new nation's survival. How does the idea of administrative identity, like issuing IDs during a transition, fit into your view of a peaceful restoration?
Now, you have had it again. Listen to the names of countries that they lost their country and how they got it back. Listen to this.
In the 20th and 21st centuries, The government in exile, GIE model, with a peaceful redeclaration, has become a vital tool for nations whose sovereignty was interrupted by occupation or annexation. While the 20th century focused on restoring lost legitimacy after wars, the 21st century focuses on creating legitimacy through international legal standards like the Montevideo Criteria. 1. The 20th century, the restoration model. In the 1900s, this path was used mostly by nations that already existed but were temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity, that the country never actually died. Successful examples: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The event, occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. The strategy: Estonia maintained a formal government in exile in Oslo, while Latvia and Lithuania maintained their sovereignty through diplomatic legations, embassies in the US and UK. The result: in 1991, they didn't just become new countries, they redeclared their 1918 independence. Because they had kept their legal identity alive for 50 years, the world recognized them almost immediately. Poland, 1939 to 1990. The event, occupied during World War II. The strategy: the Polish government in exile operated in London for decades. The result: when communism fell in 1990, the president of the GIE, Ryszard Kaczorowski, traveled to Warsaw to hand over the original presidential insignia to the new government, symbolizing the peaceful return of the legitimate state. 2. The 21st century, the diplomatic statehood model. In the 2000s, the focus shifted. Now groups use GIEs to build the administrative organs of a state, passports, tax IDs, ministries, before they even have the land back. This makes them look like a state in waiting. Successful or emerging examples: East Timor, Timor-Leste. The path: after 24 years of occupation, they combined a resistance movement with a high-level diplomatic government in exile strategy. The result: by focusing on international law and a peaceful UN-backed referendum, they achieved full independence in 2002. The shadow government strategy. Many modern movements, such as the National Unity Government of Myanmar or various restoration movements, now use digital sovereignty. They issue IDs and collect voluntary taxes online. Why? Because in the 21st century, if you can prove you are governing a people peacefully, even from another country, you are closer to being a Montevideo state. 3. Comparison of the two eras. Feature: 20th century successes. 21st century strategy. Main goal: legal continuity, proving the old state still lives. Administrative capacity, proving the new state can work. Methods: diplomacy and radio broadcasts. Digital IDs, social media and international courts. Key precedent: anti-colonialism/World War II restoration. 2010 ICJ Kosovo precedent: peaceful declarations are not illegal. Outcome: restoration of the old country. Transformation of a movement into a new sovereign. Why this is the only way now. In the past, you could win a country by having a bigger army. Today, the UN Security Council and International Court of Justice are the gatekeepers. 1. Violence is a filter. If a group is violent, they are labeled insurgents. If they are a peaceful GIE, they are diplomats. 2. Recognition is everything. You can control land, but if no one recognizes your money or passports, you are just a gray zone. The GIE spends its time winning recognition, which is the gold of 21st century politics. Summary: while not every GIE succeeds, those that focus on peaceful redeclaration and administrative institutionalization, like the Baltic model, have the highest success rate because they align with the modern world's preference for law over war.
I hope why your own must be different is the question. Why your own must, whenever it's like them dish about Jaffa. At this stage that we are into, at this time, you don't even know there is changes of the law, and you have entered into 21st century law. The world is changing, everything is moving forward, but you are only the one who refuses to move forward. The world is changing the narrative all the time. Today, you have iPhone 17 Pro Max in your hand. What does it call? It's changing, it's transition. And you cannot transition with your mind. You can never change things you have in your mind. And you can never prove to the world that you are You are a country in waiting. This is how the world are watching us. This is how the world are looking at everything we are doing. The way we are doing it for over all these years is wrong to how others did their own. The only time we have got it right is now that we have issued a peaceful declaration of that loss of the lost country. That is the only time that we have got it right. In over all these years of protest agitation, especially his time is time of war, but we cannot be able to achieve it. When it's time of war, we did not achieve it. Now that it's not time of war, that you're supposed to bend down. You see, Abba, like what people normally say. Those say we should bend down and follow the structure of government in exile that we have achieved Biafra as a country. What are you thinking? We have done one thing for 27 years. We have done one thing for over 50-something years. Why can't we change it now? That the world on their own is asking us to change. That look at the way we achieve it as a country. And the only thing you will do is to turn against it. In 20th centuries, 21st centuries, the government in exile model with a peaceful redeclaration has become a vital tool for a nation whose sovereignty was interrupted by occupying or taking over from another country. Our own was interrupted, our own was occupied, our own was taken over from Nigeria and Britain. Is it not true? But the vital way to achieve it since over all these years is what we lack. We lack the vital way to achieve Biafra as a country. Now that the vital way to achieve it is the same way that Poland achieved their own, the same way that Lithuania achieved their own, the same way that TIMOR, LESTE, Miami, Kosovo. These are people that issue real declaration. Our own case in 21st century was real declared. The case of Poland in 1939 to 1990 was real declared also. Poland lost their country in the hands of Soviet Union. They flew from Poland to London. Former government in exile declared their country back. Waited for 51 good years in London, achieved recognition and come back and take over their country. Soviet Union disappeared, take their load and belongings, and pack away from their territory. When they have achieved all the right round recognition. You know, when the Poland achieved their first recognition, they refused to exit. Second, until they achieved 5, including when UN and US recognized them. That is when Poland went back to their country. They refused to go because they understand what Soviet Union can do to them. The government of the Poland remained in exile for 51 good years after their declaration. This happened in the 20s. Why the 20th centuries focused on restoration. In their time, it was being called restoration. That restoration is what they transformed into redeclaration of a lost country in this 21st century. You have iPhone in your hand, as an example. It's transition from the world, from Nokia Touch to iPhone. You will transition from iPhone 1 to iPhone 17 this time around, and you cannot change because of your name is IPOB. Because of your name is Bridge. Because you want to continue taking people's money, as you don't have any other way around for you to succeed. The only way you can succeed is by taking people's money. That is the only way you can succeed. Lost legitimacy after war is called restoration or restoring it. The 21st century focused on creating legitimacy through international legal standard like the Montevideo Convention on changing of the world, re-declaration in 21st century. Number one, the 20th century, the restoration model is what they use, restoration, restore your country. When Manakano said, we will reaffirm who we are. We will reaffirm until we reaffirm who we are, until we restore who we are. In the 90s, the path was used mostly by nations that already exist but were temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity. That is, the country never actually died. They did what in that time? They restore their country. They restore their country like re-declaration. It's proven when you restore it, when you restore your country in 90s, it's proven that continuity of that existing, that is why you put re-declaration, not just declaration, not just restore, but restore it. Restoration is what they use that time. In this 21st century, they use re-declaration, not declaration, because of it. It was a lost country that you are fighting to gain back. For you to restore it, proving what they said, the goal was to prove legal continuity, that the country never actually died. For you to prove it did not die, you must restore it. You must declare it back. Our own case is what? Declared. Mommy Doreen, thank you so much for coming. I see you. Please, if you're not joining us, please endeavor to hit the like button, please. Let other Biafrans see the message, if you never do so. Successful example. Now, listen to the successful example of those who restored their country after they have lost it, after they have lost their country.
In the 20th and 21st centuries, the government in exile, GIE model, with a peaceful redeclaration, has become a vital tool for nations whose sovereignty was interrupted by occupation or annexation. While the 20th century focused on restoring lost legitimacy after wars, the 21st century focuses on creating legitimacy through international legal standards like the Montevideo criteria. 1. The 20th century, the restoration model. In the 1900s, this path was used mostly by nations that already existed but were temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity, that the country never actually died. Successful examples: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania.
Are you hearing it? These are those that restored their country in their own time. Estonia, Lithuania, these three restored their country. Without them to restore it, without them to restore it after they have lost it, there's never be a country. Even imagine in the 20th centuries. It did not start today. So the road to achieve Biafra is the same road that Estonia, Lithuania, LATVIA, these those who take this road of restore, restore. Not just to restore it, not just to declare it. If it is new, you declare. If it is new, you restore. But this is restore and declare. The event of occupying by the Soviet Union. This country mentioned here was occupied by the Soviet Union. In 1940, their territory was occupied. The strategy Estonia maintaining a former government in exile, while Lith and Lithuania maintaining their sovereignty through diplomatic restoration of their country, claiming through a diplomatic restoration after restoring it through diplomatic and building embassies in the UK, in US and they call it organization. They say it's organization. This is what people have done in the past. That is what USB we are declared is doing at this stage we are into. That is how you know you are a country. That is how you know you become a country. That is how you draw attention of the international community to yourself, not for the international community to come to you. They all formed what? Government in exile.
The event, occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. The strategy, Estonia maintained a formal government in exile in Oslo, while Latvia and Lithuania maintained their sovereignty through diplomatic legations, embassies in the US and UK. The result, in 1991, they didn't just become new countries, they redeclared their 1918 independence.
Are you hearing it? The result, in 1991, they did not just become a new countries, they redeclared their lost country of 1918. They lost it in 1918. Then, check from 1918 to 1991, they redeclared it with all of them in exile. Now, check from the 1918 to 1991, how many years people stay in exile? We went in exile until they redeclare it. They redeclared their country, proving the continuity that this country has never died. They did not just come and say, we have declared a new country. No, they said, we have redeclared who we are. Independence because they have kept their legal identity alive for 50 years. The world organized them almost immediately. The world organized them what? Almost what? Immediately. That the world organized them. Because of what? They proven their continuity through a government. If they did not do protests, not protests, they formed government in exile for over 50 years. Check from when Owazuke started that we have government in exile. Check from that time till now. If the world can really recognize those that are declared, what happens? Today, that is why USB is in every table. And what we put in the table of everybody, they cannot reject it. And see in your own way of as you as a black man who heard what we are doing, you that is a Biafran who wanted to be that you are the one who never know the road. Only is doing all of you in IPOB. All of you in IPOB are blind of the rules, the law, the transition, the right how to become Biafra to become a country. A country where you are, there is a day they become a country. Why can't you use them and learn? You are there marching the street every day. That's what you know. That's how what you know. And they think that the world will listen to you. The world is not coming for you because the world are looking for a reliable government. And the only way out is only by government in exile. Issue a peaceful redeclaration of that lost country. There's no other way around. Poland, 1939 to 1990. They invent, occupied through the Second World War. The strategy. The Polish government in exile operates in London for decades. They operate in London, hear it. And you are in UK today, taking USB, we are declared. Hey, if I'm going in exile, what is government in exile? You don't know because you cannot pay attention, you can't ask questions, you can't find an answer. You think it's how being I'm in the UK is only the way. In that UK you are, a lot part of it London was where people like Poland run into government in exile. And people are in the bush calling Donald Trump. Mommy, thank you so much. Say, hello, I thank God for today. I thank God. You have phone in your hand. You can't ask that phone question. The phone will answer you. How did other countries get their own? Okay, this is our own case. What example of where this thing has happened before? That's what I was doing. That is by always doing my research. In this is our own case. Where has it happened before? Look at where it has happened in the 20s and 18th and 19th centuries. Only the case of Poland. You know Poland very well. Lithuania, you know it very well. Estonia, you know it very well. These are countries through a peaceful restoration of their country. Our own is declaration. You're going to hear in the 21st century those that declared their own also. Those that declared their country and how they achieve it. There is nothing that we are doing that is something new. If you want to travel to abroad today, the same way you travel in the past with passport and ID card, it's the same way someone will travel today. It has never changed. The road of traveling to abroad to another country, tell me, has this changed? First thing is your passport. Second is your ID card. You start paying money. Some countries like Germany, before you travel, their rule is that you must learn their language. It never changed from that until today. The rules are there. It's not that you refuse to adopt it. If you send a child to school today to go to school and study, what you do? You send him to go and do what? To stand on the existing history, on the existing protocol that has been there before it was being born. That is the only how he's going to graduate from school. They will not see you are a child and implement a new rule, and their child will not be different from others. So our own things, all this why because of we have never done the right thing. That is why Biafra is being delayed today. Until Chukwu Okabiam brings Simon Epanjoko, who knows the road. Through Gozorabeze, it has happened. The first time after the 1960s, 1970, from that time to today, this is the first time we are getting it right. After British denied and destroyed our treaties we signed with them in 1884. The only first time is this. Chukwu Emeka will try with armed struggle. It did not work. Is it now that saboteurs are everywhere? You are looking for water. You are looking for anything. Just so much, this and that. Those things are in your pocket and how you reason, how you think. She has moved to how Poland achieve it. U.S. government has moved to how Poland achieved their own. They have moved to how Namibia achieved their country from South Africa. They have moved to how Eritrea achieved it from the Ethiopia. Take it or you leave it. That is why the world is hearing about Biafra. Those that are inviting Mike Arnold, he told you, you will not be doing one thing and expect another different result. That is what they said. We have our mother, our mommy happy, me. Good evening from here, ma. Please, you can have the.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you if you I wanted to call you and say this just to you, if it's possible to mute for a second, because I do try and treat again. I'm not appropriate. Just for 2 seconds.
There is because you are on the studio and there's no how if I mute only myself, they will still hear your voice, unless you will still call me after the program and ask me the question. Then maybe you can try another different thing. You are on the studio. You want the question to be silent?
Yes.
It's not gonna possible because you are on the studio already. So there's no way I will mute that only two of us can hear it.
Okay, yes. So I will go out now. Should I go out?
Yes, you will call me on my private line if someone wants to ask me alone.
That your private line again at the text. That's what I said. Don't take go natural the number from me. Tinye your private number. Then I will call you later. But having said that, I appreciate what you're doing. You may continue because sometimes all the very funny that most of us are these things. So, and then Indibigo a nation for over 60-something years. Go dear, mom dear, told dear, their great grandfather, father, made the same mentality in Aguafifa, farmer water, just and they've they kind of have lost their own humanity. That's why until Chabi Aguafa before Famalo Naifa Bwezoku. And being yourself, a lot of us abroad or homeland have lost that thing. that we don't even know our own strength. Na ife niile ndị Benue na-eme, ka m gwa gị ife niile ndị Muslim na-eme, ị na-anụ ọnụ fa. They penetrate everywhere. Okwima, the other time I was telling Kai that Trump na nu onye Muslim, and that man is that man with a lot of business na Nigeria. Ketwasi when we tell makana obu Muslim. Any when di no boda na no when ife fanalu on the ana kpisinana zucha fana school. They are DFA ezigbo school, like prestigious school, just to make contact, to penetrate everywhere, so that they are determined. India are not here. Leftover money. They don't even want to reason. They don't even want to think. But one thing I know is that one lady put her say that now that's why Trump is not doing anything. Eventually, one matter that now the position of Trump, the job Trump is going to do, is not determined by anybody but the owner of this world. If suppose you use he will bring it to conclusion. Also go there, and that's why they marry these people, to have connection, so that it difficult to say anything bad against Ndina Wisinana. That's what they do. They've penetrated everywhere, every political arena. And that's why one of them put us in na fire make really sure Nandina Wisinana, Yadina, every home in the world. That is the agenda. And that's what they are doing. But in just struck a maduma that now if a Trump is not going to be deterred by what that man is doing. If you waiting idea, because now all the money this man they make na Nigeria. If all the contract Tinubu fan use here, he might all the contract find a gear. If you call the contract, I mean
yes, I have the video. Yes, I have the video.
All the contract find a gear. It think it's just for nothing. Tinubu no where my that now. Even when they came to ask him, deal with what do you call it? In the insecurity. Oh, see, when I touch it to Nafa Ebukuya, he knows. Sonia Maro, I don't know what to tell you. If you're still fighting for that contraction, I don't know what to tell you. Just go and educate yourself. You're a trust in. Go me pugi anya kifu the danger. Nke Nnamdi Kanu unu anuria. Oya jenu nke ndi ochaku. Maybe that one will not make you to understand where this thing is going. You also get to look that now, okay, P2B Banye, under which foundation, under which structure, Koyalia, half of the military is owned by them. They are in it. Everywhere they are in it. Jagaban, when he came, Wanegi Obi amazing. I don't know what to tell you people, but I'm that na Ifa Abaraka and Mogelu. Ani yadi eme ka he enwike na-eme ka Chineke na-agba gị ume morning, afternoon, evening. Say your truth. That's all you have to do. Just say your truth. But at one day, eziokwu ya pụta n'ife. Thank you. Biko, tinye your number.
Thank you. My country did not permit me to put number on the screen. As we are dropping now, we call the number 2 times. So you can pick the WhatsApp number. I will call it 2 times.
Okay. If you go my number, okay. It was
I will call the number from here. Just copy it as I'm calling it right now.
Okay. Chelu can intro pen. Biko Chelu.
Okay. Because countries have different laws.
Yes, I understand. I understand. No problem.
Yeah. So the number is +9 7 33 60 51 337. I repeat, +9 7 33 60 51 339. That is my number. That is my WhatsApp number. I hope you got it clear.
Come, confirm because you were going in and out.
Okay.
It's 9733605139.
No, 337. 337.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now this thing. What I want to say. I didn't want to say it in the public.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Because they had kept their legal identity alive for 50 years, the world recognized them almost immediately. Poland, 1939 to 1990. The event, occupied during World War II. The strategy, the Polish government in exile operated in London for decades.
They operate in London for decades. 1 decade is 10 years. They operate in London for 5 decades. 5 decades is 50 years. A government in exile of Poland, they operated after they lost their territory in the hands of Soviet Union through the Second World War. They run away from their life. They run and save their life. Former government in exile. After that, they re-declared that lost country again. It's only you in the Biafra. Oh, you don't have to re-declare it. You have declared Biafra. That one has been lost and buried. The only way you do is by re-declaring it. That is when you said the word. We re-declare that lost country. They said, oh, this is in the continuity of the old country. That is why they re-declared their new country back. And today, it has been re-declared. What's come of you is to criticize, become saboteur, like what happened in Algeria, Namibia. What's happened? Even Poland have their people that was against them, against government in exile, that re-declared Poland back. They said you don't have to declare Poland again. We have won it. Tomorrow, I will give you the actions of men of Poland. Those who want to remain under Soviet Union. Those who, because of they are not in charge, they condemn the re-declaration. But today, that re-declaration stands, and that is why Poland becomes a country today. So what we are passing through is what numerous countries in the past has passed through. We are not the first, but we are not going to be the last. We are not the first. We are not going to be the last. That is what I want to understand. It's not by how you feel, not by what I think, not by what I know. It is by the truth that is out there that they hide for us.
The result, when communism fell in 1990, the president of the GIE, Ryszard Kaczorowski, traveled to Warsaw to hand over the...
Kaczorowski is the name of the man. You hear it like declared. This is a man who declared it. Poland as a country. These are the man who declared Poland as what? As a country. That is the name of the man. And your own has been declared. The only thing you will do is to kick against it. Continue, do not stop. But let me tell you that you do not stop, cannot stop anything. Because, why do I say so? The 500 that signed that America should not be a country do not stop the signature of the legal continuity of the 56 men who signed that America is a country till today.
Original presidential insignia to the new government, symbolizing the peaceful return of the legitimate state. 2. The 21st century, the diplomatic statehood model. In the 2000s, the focus shifted. Now groups use GIEs to build the administrative organs of a state, passports, tax IDs, ministries, before they even have the land back. This makes them look like a state in waiting.
Are you hearing it? 21st century, the diplomatic statehood model is where the world not into armed struggle anymore, not into gun and bullets. The time has gone. In the 200s, the focus shifted. Now, group use government in exile to build the administrative organs of a state. Like, what are they building? Build the state, passport, taxes, ID card and their mineral resources and their military are being controlled by the government in exile online. before they even have their land back, before they know that when you are government in exile, proving that your land has been taken over from you, that before you have that your land back, look at the process that Poland went into, and many of them. Now in this 21st century, you will hear those who went into this process and how they achieved their country. People have achieved country in this 21st century through a peaceful real declaration, through a government in exile. If Simon didn't come, I never knew about anything called government in exile. First time hear government in exile from the mouth of Simon Ebanjok. Many of us, is it not true? If not for Simon, do you know anything about government in exile? Answer me. Do you know? I don't know. Upon a member of IPOB member, a coordinator for that matter. I never knew anything about government in exile. The first time hearing it was from Simon. That is why I bent down to research what is government in exile. Does it really work at all? Does it exist? And I found out it exists. That is the only way to have a new country or a lost country back. If they are not involved, no organization, no amount of protest, no amount of agitation can give you an old or new country. This makes them look like a state in waiting when the two IDs issue ID card. Yes, look at it here. Everyone's saying it. Mommy Margaret, good evening from here. Mommy Ojugo. I never knew about government in exile until in all these years of agitation, until Simon ever emerged. I never knew. Today, always this government in exile is written my mouth to call. I never knew until I bent down to research and ask myself, does this thing government in exile exist? When I start finding what is this after our peaceful declaration, is when I start asking the question, God took me on the dream and come out and start doing my research. I never started doing research before. Anything I'm explaining here today, I don't know it before. It's just after this hour. It's just after November 2024 I start this. It's only when I start doing this. Because normally I love history so much. Yes, the number is my WhatsApp number. Yes. So I never knew. Successfully of emerging example, those in the 21st century from 2001 that have used government in exile to achieve their country. Listen to their names.
Successful or emerging examples. East Timor, Timor-Leste. The Path. After 24 years of occupation, they combined a resistance movement with a high-level diplomatic government in exile strategy.
Are you hearing it? Hey, what is government in exile? You have vote in your hand. You cannot make a search of what is government in exile. You are in IPOB. IPOB is the name of your country. Every week in a protest. You have phone in your hand. Ask question: does government in exile exist in the world? Just a little thing. You can do it. This is how I began. I began by going to Google when I never have this my app to ask Google, what is the government in exile? Does anything government in exile exist? This is how I started. After then from Simon Ebanjok. I thought it's the command and control IPOB is the last bus stop. I never knew there is something bigger. And I never knew that is why Biafra, why people have been dying over all these years on the streets. That is because of protests. Because of what we are doing, there is no legal backup. That everything we are doing, that the world will see it as an internal problem of Nigeria. I tell you, I did not die in war. I thank God that I think my life was not among those, because my friend fall by my side. I run. You know how many people that died in my front in this struggle because of a wrong way, over long way. The day happened to Master and Canon House. We are on the way from Anambra. We are between the border of Olu Express to enter Owerri. It happened. The course will come back. You know how many people that fall on my side because of we're into a wrong movement. I am flowing a blind people. Look at the Ken Guru guy followed on his page. Look at my Oga. Double lion. If not for one thing that day, I would have been a monk. Look at the Ikonso. Always passing, you give him line, he pass. And you are here, ranting, you are doing protests. It's all the blood of those who died in the homeland because of this struggle is in the hands of the DOS of IPOB organization group. I got to told their blood because it's your protest is what leads to that. When Master was crying for men to restore Biafra, none of you come up on the Simon by March. And he told us, I was shocked that day when he said, Onyendu, if there's nothing on the table, I will bring something on the table. And they say that a peaceful declaration is to bring the world to our own table to discuss about us. And the only thing you know is to come out on the street, you carry brass band, you clap, you dance, you go back. Yeah, I'm in protest. Give me one country that protest is why they're a country. I said, I will close YouTube page. I won't talk again. Only one country. Give me only one. I will close my YouTube page. I will not say a word again. I said, both from Fallback, both from BGC, both from Masob, both from IPOB. One country in the world. That's how their country is because of their protest for 50 years in the street with the government in exile. Give me one. I won't say a word again. Then I will render sorry to all of you. Bring one. Man has gone down over long agitation. I have also here give you the criteria or what it means when you are into over long agitation. They say you have many people gone down, many people will be in the prison, many people will be arrested. That is what over long time agitation is causing. That is what over long time agitation causes, and that is what is happened to us. We never knew that Biafra is very easy to achieve. Yes, after we have lost it through in a hard way, it is blame it. It's only just if you are in the spiritual realm and you are following USB re-declared with only getting to 2 years of re-education document, you see how it was. That today on this map you see at my back here, green here, is the map of USB re-declared. United States of Biafra map under 2 years, under a year and because November next year, November this year, because 2 years, and everywhere in all the international global community, and the allies are talking. You think is because of we are in a wrong path. No definition, no defined territory. I remember asking Master Nekan, where is the map of this your Biafra? What is the map of your territory? Until Obato come, that question disappeared. What is them today? Come and ask me the map again. Come and come. And ask, let me give you the map from here. The territory. This Biafra, what is the map? The map has disappeared. Nobody asks about the map again. And because of Chukwuka Biama had destined that this is the only way peace is way to achieve Biafra. And we never knew. The results. East Timor or Timor-Leste, their territory was, they lost their territory for 24 good years of occupying. They occupied their land for 24 good years. How did they got it? Through peaceful realization diplomatic with Exile government. Exile government first. There must be an Exile government before you can achieve it. Let's call it what? High-level diplomatic government in exile strategy is what they use through a peaceful declaration. The result, by focusing on the international law and the peaceful declaration, UN backed them up with referendum. They achieved full independence. In 2002, they achieved their own country. Their country had lost for 24 years. They achieved it back through a peaceful declaration. They also formed the shadow government strategy. Many modern movements, such as the National Unity of Government of the Myanmar or various restructuring movements, now use digital sovereignty. Now it's time to use what? Paper, digital sovereignty. Issue ID card, issue passport, issue a birth certificate, issue marriage certificate. These are currency, constitution. That is what they call digital sovereignty first. They call it what? Win on the paper first before you win on the ground. Like Poland, they win on the paper before they go back to win on the ground. Why? Is it important? So then, when it's come to the issue of the digital sovereignty, they issue ID card and collect what? Voluntary tax online. Voluntary tax online. Timor-Leste collected it. Poland collected it. That is what we are doing every Saturday fundraising. They call it tax. They call it voluntary tax online. It's doing here that we are not the first that have collected voluntary money online, through online. They call it what? Digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty. USB is what? Digital sovereignty. Take it or you leave it. Why? Because in the 21st century, if you can prove you are governing a people peacefully, even from another country, you are close to being you are close to be a Montevideo state. You are first being what? A Montevideo state. Montevideo Convention states the criteria for you to become a full sovereignty. Comparison of the two era. Comparison of these two era. What is the two era? The 20th century success and 21st century strategy. Future is 20th century success, 21st century strategy. Now listen. Main goal in 20th century, legal continuity, proving the old states still alive. Administrative, 21st century, administrative capacity, proving the new states can work. When you do a peaceful declaration with a government in exile. Modern 20th century success, diplomacy and the radio broadcast. You focus on what? On radio broadcast, which is Mazen Khan did for a long time to sensitize our mind. Ogen Kre is adopting the 20th century radio broadcast, VOB radio. Mokoko. Then 21st century, digital, ID card, social media, and the International Court of ICJ to take anyone who is against your country declaration. Key example, anti-colonial World War II restoration. 20th century is what? Restoration. 21st century is what? Re-declaration. Example, 2010 ICJ Kosovo. Example, peaceful declaration are not illegal. It is legal. Outcome, restoration of the old country. Transforming in 21st century, transform of movement into new sovereignty. Why this is the only way now? Why this restoration is the only way, not protest, not agitation, not any other way. Only way is what? Peaceful re-declaration. Why is the only way? In the past, you could win country by having a big armed military. Today, the UN Security Council and International Court of Justice are the gatekeepers. They are the one monitoring what is happening, peeping eyes. And they said, if we want to know what is happening, we send our people in social media to look at platforms and see what people are saying. And when they come, what we are saying is woto. Sorry for you, USB is not in woto. Number one, violence is a filter. They don't want violence. If a group is violent, they are labeled insurgency, treason, terrorists. If they are peaceful GIE, they are diplomats. If you are a peaceful GIE, if you issue a peaceful declaration, you are what? They said that you, with your bodo protest, is what? Is a failure. And they will label you what? Insurgency, rebel, terrorists, and all these names that you have been hearing that Nigeria are calling IPOB and their men. Two, recognition is everything. Recognition is everything. You can control land, but if no one recognizes your money or passport, you are just green zone. Listen, why recognition is everything? The GIE spend its time winning recognition, which is the goal of 21st century policy. 21st century policy is work for recognition, look for recognition, seek for recognition first, forget the territory until the other country recognize you. Your declaration of proving that you are a country already. Summary, why not even GIE succeeded? Why some GIE didn't succeed? Because after the peaceful declaration, they went back to do armed struggle, and the world removed the eyes from them, and the empire take over from their territory. Re-declaration and administrative institutionalization, like the Bagti model, have the highest success. All that are true Poland history that you're hearing today that are under them, they say that all of them achieved their country because of what? That they stand on existing protocol of 21st century. What is that? Peaceful re-declaration. If you have lost it, to prove continuity that is never died fully. Listen to this.
Peaceful UN-backed referendum, they achieved full independence in 2002. The shadow government strategy. Many modern movements, such as the National Unity Government of Myanmar or various restoration movements, now use digital sovereignty. They issue IDs and collect voluntary taxes online. Why? Because in the 21st century, if you can prove you are governing a people peacefully, even from another country, you are closer to being a Montevideo state. 3. Comparison of the two eras. Feature, 20th century successes. 21st century strategy. Main goal, legal continuity, proving the old state still lives. Administrative capacity, proving the new state can work. Methods, diplomacy and radio broadcasts. Digital IDs, social media and international courts. Key precedent, anti-colonialism/World War II restoration. 2010 ICJ Kosovo precedent, peaceful declarations are not illegal. Outcome, restoration of the old country. Transformation of a movement into a new sovereign. Why this is the only way now. In the past, you could win a country by having a bigger army. Today, the UN Security Council and International Court of Justice are the gatekeepers. 1. Violence is a filter. If a group is violent, they are labeled insurgents. If they are a peaceful GIE, they are diplomats. 2. Recognition is everything. You can control land, but if no one recognizes your money or passports, you are just a gray zone. A GIE spends its time winning recognition, which is the gold of 21st century politics. Summary. While not every GIE succeeds, those that focus on peaceful redeclaration and administrative institutionalization, like the Baltic model, have the highest success rate because they align with the modern world's preference for law over war.
I hope if you IPOB listening, people has gone through this process. Because of you don't know, that is why you are wasting time. That is why you're on the street. And the world, you are ashamed, they shame the world. You are ashamed with only protest for how many years they shame the world. Not the world. You are ashamed, they shame the world with your barbarism. Listen fully. If you want to join us,
in the
the link
20th
is
and
there to
21st
join.
centuries, the government in exile, GIE model, with a peaceful redeclaration, has become a vital tool for nations whose sovereignty was interrupted by occupation or annexation. While the 20th century focused on restoring lost legitimacy after wars, the 21st century focuses on creating legitimacy through international legal standards like the Montevideo criteria. 1. The 20th century, the restoration model. In the 1900s, this path was used mostly by nations that already existed but were temporarily occupied. The goal was to prove legal continuity, that the country never actually died. Successful examples: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The event, occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. The strategy: Estonia maintained a formal government in exile in Oslo, while Latvia and Lithuania maintained their sovereignty through diplomatic legations, embassies in the US and UK. The result: in 1991, they didn't just become new countries, they redeclared their 1918 independence. Because they had kept their legal identity alive for 50 years, the world recognized them almost immediately. Poland, 1939 to 1990. The event, occupied during World War II. The strategy: the Polish government in exile operated in London for decades. The result: when communism fell in 1990, the president of the GIE, Ryszard Kaczorowski, traveled to Warsaw to hand over the original presidential insignia to the new government, symbolizing the peaceful return of the legitimate state. 2. The 21st century, the diplomatic statehood model. In the 2000s, the focus shifted. Now groups use GIEs to build the administrative organs of a state, passports, tax IDs, ministries, before they even have the land back. This makes them look like a state in waiting. Successful or emerging examples: East Timor, Timor-Leste. The path: after 24 years of occupation, they combined a resistance movement with a high-level diplomatic government in exile strategy. The result: by focusing on international law and a peaceful UN-backed referendum, they achieved full independence in 2002. The shadow government strategy. Many modern movements, such as the National Unity Government of Myanmar or various restoration movements, now use digital sovereignty. They issue IDs and collect voluntary taxes online. Why? Because in the 21st century, if you can prove you are governing a people peacefully, even from another country, you are closer to being a Montevideo state. 3. Comparison of the two eras. Feature: 20th century successes. 21st century strategy. Main goal: legal continuity, proving the old state still lives. Administrative capacity, proving the new state can work. Methods: diplomacy and radio broadcasts. Digital IDs, social media and international courts. Key precedent: anti-colonialism/World War II restoration. 2010 ICJ Kosovo precedent: peaceful declarations are not illegal. Outcome: restoration of the old country. Transformation of a movement into a new sovereign. Why this is the only way now. In the past, you could win a country by having a bigger army. Today, the UN Security Council and International Court of Justice are the gatekeepers. 1. Violence is a filter. If a group is violent, they are labeled insurgents. If they are a peaceful GIE, they are diplomats. 2. Recognition is everything. You can control land, but if no one recognizes your money or passports, you are just a gray zone. The GIE spends its time winning recognition, which is the gold of 21st century politics. Summary. While not every GIE succeeds, those that focus on peaceful redeclaration and administrative institutionalization, like the Baltic model, have the highest success rate because they align with the modern world's preference for law over war.
I hope you are, if you are still today claiming that you are an IPOB, and the only thing you can be is to do protest. I hope you have had this words how it's all. The only way to achieve any country, not only Biafra, even all government in exile today, is through peaceful declaration. Let me give you an example. There is a country called Northern Cyprus that are pulled out from Turkey. Because of this Northern Cyprus, that is also the reason why Turkey is blocking recognition of Somaliland as of present today. Because they don't want anybody to recognize Northern Cyprus. But the Green Cyprus has been recognized because they went through peaceful way to achieve their own country. But this particular Northern Cyprus today, they never recognize nobody. That is, and do you know how you know a country that was recognized? When a country is being recognized under the international community, you will always see their flag. Once you type their name, you see their flag. Any country you type, you didn't see their flag. They are never been recognized by the international global community fully, moreover the UN and any top country in the world. This is how you know them. So when you listen to all these kind of messages that they hide from us, we are here battling, fighting this, whoa. But in the 1939, when we lose in 1967, before that time comes, Poland was already in exile. If Chukwuemeka continue with exile government by today, all these saboteurs, nobody will see all of them. Rather, they will be in a bad party in Biafra land. Because there must be. But they will be in a bad party. Like they might turn into APC, but we're not going to allow them to stay. In England, in America today, there is a bad party there also. So when you are seeing all this thing that is happening and the way we are and the world, when you listen to something, I want one thing to be in your mind. Number 2 be said that a road to achieve Biafra as a country is in the open. With you hearing about government in exile and structures and how you can get Biafra, is not in the open. You want us to go into the hard way. The world has said no. And you has declared those our lawyers and our lobbyists and our barristers understand that no, don't go there. If you go there, you're on your own. No. And that is where you choose. You always choose the hard way. No, we will choose a soft way that the world will recognize us very soon. This is how we follow it up. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop us. Government in exile is only the way. Peaceful declaration is only the way. You can't declare and go back.
The preference for government in exile, GIE, and peaceful redeclarations in the 21st century is largely driven by how the international community has raised the entry requirements for new countries. Unlike the 19th or 20th centuries, where territory was often won through conquest or decolonization wars, modern statehood is now a high-stakes legal and diplomatic process. Here is why this specific path is often seen as the most viable route. 1. The legitimacy gap and international law. In the modern era, the international community, UN, EU, AU, is deeply hesitant to recognize any state born from violent conflict. The peace dividend. A peaceful redeclaration signals to the world that the movement is civilized, organized, and respects international norms. Legal continuity. By forming a GIE, a group creates a legal successor to a territory. This allows them to argue that they aren't rebelling against a country, but rather restoring a legitimate administration that was previously suppressed. 2. Proving the Montevideo criteria. The 1933 Montevideo Convention defines a state by 4 criteria: a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Since a movement in exile cannot always control its territory, it focuses heavily on the government and capacity prongs. issuing administrative documents, IDs, tax systems, or charters, proves that the group has the institutional capacity to govern once they return. It turns a dream into a blueprint. 3. The power of remedial secession. Modern international law is moving toward the idea of remedial secession. This suggests that if a group's human rights are consistently violated and they have no political voice, they have a remedial right to leave and form their own country. Peaceful declarations are essential here. If a movement is violent, the international community labels it a terrorist or insurgent group. If the movement is a peaceful GIE, they are seen as victims seeking a legal remedy network, which is much easier for foreign parliaments to support. 4. Digital sovereignty. The 21st century provides tools that previous generations didn't have. A GIE can now maintain a digital state through global communications, using the internet to organize a global diaspora, financial systems, managing funds, or even digital currencies outside the reach of the home state. Diplomatic transparency, using social media and international news to keep their cause in the public eye, making it harder for the home state to suppress them in secret. 5. Avoiding the failed state trap. The world is wary of creating new countries that immediately collapse into civil war, like South Sudan. A GIE that has spent years practicing administration, writing a constitution, and training its officials is seen as a lower-risk candidate for recognition. It shows the world that day one of independence will be stable because the government has already been running in exile for years. Comparison of methods. Method: 20th century focus. 21st century focus. Primary tool: guerrilla warfare / armed struggle. Diplomatic missions / international law. Goal: capture territory. Capture recognition. Key ally: military superpowers, human rights orgs / international courts. Standard: might makes right. Law makes right. While this path is slower and requires immense patience, it is often the only way to ensure that once a country is born, it is actually accepted by the rest of the world.
My people, we are going to draw the curtain here. This is maximum 5 hours we are here. So please, I can only ask you to please hit the like button anytime you want to watch the program later in your own time. You have had the message. Send it and share it. Let them hear it. Those IPOB, those MASOB group, those BGC, and those those fallback. Anybody who claims that they are fighting for Biafra, please share this message on Facebook. Share the message on YouTube. Share anywhere you can. That is only how the message will go viral. Without you sharing this message, is going nowhere. Mazia Fube, Musa Fube, good evening from here. You are late today. Chibos Dede, I see you. Good evening from here. Thank you for completing your assignments. The mommy Maureen, I see you. Thank you so much. When I see you, thank you. Dedus, I see you. Thank you. And I also see Mommy Ngozika. Thank you so much. That is people that are late and not mention their name. So please, I thank you all for being here as we have come to an end of today's program. If maybe time permits us, we may come back again, spend a little hour. If there is no time, you will see us again tomorrow night based on our time here. Please continue standing on the right track. The right track, the only way to achieve Biafra, which we have achieved. Now, I know what our DPM said, Madam Akano, we remain resolute that what you seek, we have gotten it. Through a peaceful declaration is the only way to God Biafra at this stage. Amadi goes here. Wow, you are still listening. Wow, wow. Thank you so much. We start this program together. Wow, wow, wow. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Biafrans, we're going to leave it here. May Chukwu Okabe continue to bless us, protect us, keep us on the right track. I want you to remember that America has those that never want America to become a country. The sign after America gets full recognition and take over their country from the Great Britain, over 80 Americans disappeared. I said what? Over 80 Americans disappeared. Because of what? Because there was against the declaration of America as a country. That is why they disappeared. Over 80,000 disappeared. And what's that time? They called them loyalists of the pulpit. They called them toys. This word is because today we are calling saboteurs and betrayers. You see how the word is transforming. You see how the word is always transition. It's only IPOB. Massive and business don't want to transition. Listen to this. I wanted to go, but let me give you this: the history of America. The saboteurs, the large number of them, but they never stop America to be the best country they are today in the world. Listen to this.
During the American Revolution, those who opposed independence and wished to remain
Those
subject
who
to the
opposed
British
it
Crown
don't
were
want
known
it.
as loyalists. While they were not a single unified organization in the modern sense, they represented a significant portion of the colonial population. They were most commonly referred to by the following names. 1. Loyalists. This was the most common term for colonists who remained loyal to King George III. They believed that revolution was treason and that the colonies benefited from the protection and trade of the British Empire. 2. Tories. This was a political label used primarily by the Patriots, those supporting independence, to insult their opponents. It was named after the Tory party in Great Britain, which traditionally supported the power of the monarchy and the established church. 3. Royalists, or King's Men. These terms were often used to describe individuals who held official colonial offices under the Crown, or those who served in provincial regiments, loyalist militias, to fight alongside the British Army. Key characteristics of the Loyalist movement. Composition. They included wealthy merchants, Anglican clergy, and Crown officials, but also many enslaved people and Native Americans who believed the British would better protect their rights than the American revolutionaries. Military involvement. Approximately 19,000 to 25,000 Loyalists fought in organized provincial units for the British, such as the King's American Regiment and the Butler's Rangers. Outcome. After the British defeat in 1783, roughly 60,000 to 80,000 Loyalists fled the United States, with many settling in Canada, specifically Nova Scotia and Ontario, where they were known as United Empire Loyalists.
I hope you had where people of America run to. Over 80,000 of America disappeared. The same history is repeating. So do not panic when you see all these people. The law, the Biafran constitution is there to deal with anybody. And this law has been there. So do not mind anybody who is messing up. People of America, over 80,000 disappeared. Because of what? They become rebel. Because they decide to work with oppressor. Because they decide to work with king. That is what they decide to be a lady to what? To British. To that is what we are facing today. Those who want to run that one Nigeria, and those who think that let's continue on the struggle path so we can be able to reach ourselves until we die. Our son will take over. That is why when you see an IPOB member, some of them today, those I see in Australia 4 days ago, they are today doing what? They are today protesting with their son and daughter. So tomorrow, maybe their son and daughter will take over from where they stop. You are in America. We are talking about hero days. They don't want to come. It's the high time to tell you that the time we are into, the movement has changed and everything is in our hand. Look at the laws and how they want us to achieve Biafra. Does it not easy for us? Why must you be only Igbo now about so many? Why can't take it easy? The easiest way. A peaceful declaration is the easiest way to achieve a new country or to restore the old one. Real declaration of it must be done. Without their declaration, nobody will recognize us as a country. And nobody will call you a country. If you refuse to adhere towards all this, the world and those who have done it in the past, they have achieved their country. It left for us to also maintain the history. Through that history, as we are going through that, we are going to achieve Biafra. We have already achieved Biafra. We are now only seeking for what? Recognition. And it must surely come. It must surely do what? It must surely come. It must surely come. So, do not panic. Remain strong. In USB, we stand. I'm happy, Thanks so much for your super chat. One love. Please, I'm going to leave it here. This is maximum 5 hours and I've been here. Thank you so much for joining me. We will continue doing what we are doing. The narrative need to be changed. That the narrative of wars, mankind has given us the narrative of that we need a Biafra. Now we have to change the narrative that all we need, that Biafra has been re-declared. That only through re-declaration, which has been done, is the only way that we are going to have our nation called Minister of Biafra. So Mechuku Okabiama, continue to protect us, guide us, remain on the truth path. That is the only way we have. From me, from here, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. If we did not come back again, depending on my time here, then take us as you see us until we come back again tomorrow with another wonderful research. Watch out. We will give it back to back on our Hero Day declaration, government in exile. This is what we can do. Here is when you come. No, you gotta go India and India. I don't have time for them because they cannot give me Biafra. They cannot stop Biafra to be a country. No matter the amount of division we have, there is no division will stop. There is no division that counter legal. There is no division that countered USB declared document. No division. That is why I don't panic. And our government, through our DPM, has do it all, proving the peace mother of the nation called Biafra by opening a group WhatsApp. Call all of you to come and talk. Why are you running away? Why are you running away? She repeated what the woman who declared Namibia did. She later called all the 8 groups that marched after the declaration and said, let us talk. They did not come. So she has proven being a peace, that criteria of a peaceful declaration. That is where we are. There is no other way. Only one way. Mas Simon Eba, remain strong. That you seek. Our the commitment of USB through the has got it for you. Mas Nandekan, you cried for Biafra to become a country. I want to close by playing the voice of Onyinduma Nandekano. That is the voice I will play. After that, then we are going to close the program. And as I am playing her Mas Nandekano's voice, I'm not going to say any word. I will allow it to roll totally. Then after the voice, then I will close the program. As the Spirit lead is what I do, not as I want. Whatever is not, I might decide to close, but the Spirit said no. And they keep on putting word in my mouth. I will continue until the Spirit said, okay, today is okay. And they have said, I will not go without this particular voice of Mazen Nandekan. Have it in your mind and you know that we have reaffirmed who we are through our peaceful declaration. The transition has happened like every other country in the world transitioned. Listen to this.
Because what I am saying on MYANMAR, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecile. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama, because since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was in Nama. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families, and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor.
Through our peaceful declaration.
We look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, and then I have to be honest with you. This is very good. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all.
And we millions of DOS.
The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies, even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day.
Nka 48. Okay, Mama. Okay.
Are you back?
Yes, my brother.
I don't know. We are still here. Today is another different day, honestly.
Yes, my brother, Riviapa TV. I just came in now because of what you just played now. Because I wanna throw some light there. I wanna throw some light. You know, thank you so much for the work so far. You are trying. You are giving honestly. You're really doing a great job. Why I came back is this. We have all heard what our leader Mazdani just said. He wants Biafra to stand. He wants Biafra to stand as a beacon of light.
Not IPOB to stand.
Yes, as a beacon of light. I need 100 men. Then we move. This man that said this, can people nature? Let's wait. Shame on them. But I have already made it clear. Nihina ikagunaya. Unyesi nihina ikagunaya kamado ndema karlasa nature. Someone is not doing it right. Onyenka is not doing it right. We wait. Na get today. Mazdani kana puta. Ayo bidengawa. The same thing. Some people can on the side of our PM. Ngoso is not doing it well. In fact, we will wait. If PM puta ayagawa. Hey, the SHOG and the black man and black brain. ị nụrụ onye kwuru ihe a na n'ihi na ike agwụ n'anya. Ọ dị ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, ịma na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nwa apụta asị onwe ihe nọ ground, nothing ya asị na ọpụga zoro onwe ike. O kwuru before. Ọ bụ na ọ bụ Chukwu Abịama, ọ bụ na ọ bụ Chukwu Abịama zipụtara ya n'ọrụ a, o nwere time ịbịa gbawa anybody okwu. Onye ziri ozi ya create awareness for how many years? He late for him. Ndị otu ha wepụrụ ya, ndị mụtara ọrụ n'aka ya etake over, make sure na enwetara ihe a na-achọ. Mana ha sị, we wait, let's go. Ndị a na-emete ya, we have to wait. Mgbe ha pụtara, a ga-ebido ihe na-egbukwa unu niile, ma ndị dị US ma ọsụkwa ma ọsụ, ndị oshi, criminals everywhere. Go punish all of you people. Chọrọ ka Biafra movement war a sinking ship. Ewepụ onye isi, onye ọbụla agbagharịwa. Ewepụ onye isi, onye ọbụla agbara, onye ọbụla na-akụ iri eme ihe sọrọ ya. Chere onye si do na support the USB na as it stands today. Onye ahụ chọkwa nwere onwe. Isi na support ya. Ndị ị na-asị na ị na-support na kedu ihe convince gị to show you that na ha kpọga aga na ha ma ụzọ. Okooko nọ na comment section na-akụ eri na-asị gị na ole ihe ngozi metere since a declared. Chere ụra anụmanụ a uche na America kwuru okwu maka Biafra tiwa ọnụ na ọwụ maka IPOB. Akwa IPOB nọ nga IPOB nọ nga for many years. Anọ na-agba ha ka nchi. America kwuru okwu, Israel okwuola okwu. But today they are talking boldly because I had the right to talk. And people are still talking rubbish. Okay, may have a keep because my happiness bugodu the level USB no now. You know, initially so government I bikonu keep on your down. That time the game the hot. Our government make any move. How be why now I make any move. We are those people are now say the same thing happened. And when the government did that thing, the zoo got block oya. They should not be telling us what they are doing. I am our citizen. We are moving. Let's be going. Do the right thing. The same thing happened. You say you bought transmitter. You have ate our money. Show us the transmitter. Show us. As a transmitter now. Within 24 hours, zoo I got confiscated here. I na be gbag ihe ngozi na-eme. Onye support ga gbagodo ya onye na were link bịa gba ya onye na support. Then igba ya onye ahụ I jog ihe onye ahụ mere before anyị na-asa gị. Na-ajụ ihe nne gị ngozi na-eme. Okoko. Mad people everywhere. Thank you so much, my brother. Ya ka nji batana ka njọ ndị anụmanụ na-eche Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Before I leave, for years now, our map, Biafra map, I know na world map. It will pro ya automatically. It will pro ya no hunga. Bite of Biafra. Hey, will ya Malaya bite of Borno. As we speak today, map is back. Bite of Biafra is back. Ida Toya, Gagog lawyer. On na open, Gagog lawyer. You need the Biasage, then I say Hana Gana, Washington DC. Now it would take picture of Biawarege. She couldn't give Hana a speech by Hapu Nadia. On na platform, maybe my cannot do here, but Sunday the Zoom. Oh, hi, the Nazo, can spectator. Or recognize the idea, recognize the idea at all. To tell that now, sneaking in. He wasn't there as an invitee. Our DPM, our DPM cannot reduce herself to that level. Our DPM, no, dear. I will not do. I will name what should be as no longer. All guy better by invitation. She cannot just go there. She will go there by invitation, and she has to present something. Mad people everywhere. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you so much. Dear friends, honestly, I want to leave you from here. On this junction, we are drawing the curtain down. This we have tried. This is maximum 5 hours Sunday. Well, we're doing what we're doing because of I am fighting for my freedom. I want to go back to Biafra land. I want to sit and relax. Not all these things that we are seeing that is happening. So please, I urge you to hit the like button. Mazakano said he want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, not IPOB. He want a country called United States of Biafra. That is the beacon of hope, not IPOB, not MASOB, not BGC, not Fallback Bridge. That beacon of hope has been re-declared, and it has stand, whether I like it or not. There is nothing you can do. That is USB re-declared. Doubt it in your own peril. Love it, it's okay for you. But I want you to know that we have no other country, no other leader. As of this time around, it's only one and only. Dr. Ngozi Orabeze is the only one. From me, from here, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here. I greet you all. Thank you.